boys and girls. It's finally time. Finally time. Hang on. We can't have a big laughing potato. We can't have a big laughing spud. Have this. Can't have this. Stab you with a stick. Stab you with a stick. I swear, remix is literally only here for the intro. Promise. Sorry, Skipper. Sorry. Apologies. Die on my hill. How are we all doing though, boys and girls? Are we good? Are we good? We good? Are we time for some beta action? Oh, hello. I clearly haven't changed my UI since last night. That's not really applicable anymore, is it? That's boop. See you later to you. Beta's been up for 11 hours and I've not left Ogrimmar. Yeah, of course, we will definitely have a look at the professions. I have deliberately, very deliberately, not planned anything particular for today. Today is going to be just let's poke around, let's see what's what. Sure, I'll probably get completely distracted by squirrels at every turn. That's part of the fun, right? We got to have a little bit of a look around. We got to get our bearings, figure stuff out. Why does student keep popping out my chest? Like student keeps popping out my chest. It's like something out of Alien. It's just like, okay. We don't really need remix, do we? Particularly. The profession server is a different server to the actual game zones. I noticed there was 3 realms and one that says like it goes to 11 or something. What I really should probably do is make a character on all 3 of them just to secure my name. I suppose that's probably a smart move, isn't it? Where's it gone? Here we go. Realms. It goes to 11 is the end game profession one. Standard. Hunter. Goblin. That one. This isn't remix, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I thought you were a remix streamer. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Name is not available. Name is taken. Oh, fuck a duck. Okay. Oh, that's when you know you're big time, boys and girls, when people yoink your name. Error creating character. Well, this is a cracking start, isn't it? How did Manthe get taken, but Mantheus was left perfectly fine? Maybe a watcher saving it for you? Possibly. Oh no, wait, hang on. Why is it now only showing... I thought realms were not meant to matter for your warband. Oh, maybe they do. Ah, okay, so warbands clearly don't work properly. That's a good start, cracking. Although I should point out that PTR and betas and stuff, the realm linking is something that usually doesn't work. What about this one? What about Khadgar? Oh, we'll turn intro fighters off. Sorry. Alpha wasn't cross. Yeah, it usually isn't. Does copy character work, by the way? Probably not. North America? Probably not then. Ooh. Okay. That's a bit of a shitter, you know. Copy character only works for North America and probably doesn't even work for North America, does it? Or within level up realm. We play Remix on the beta. Is that the true meta? Is that the definition of double dipping? Is that how is this how I double my viewers? Beta is a mess? Of course it is. It's a test platform. Of course it's a mess. I've not been able to use copy character at all. I had alpha for a month. Yeah, copy character is often something that they don't enable until like way later. It's I'm joking a little bit here because I kind of know the answers to my questions. I'm not expecting it to work. We'll probably jump on the level 80 server first anyway. I'm just making a few quick characters. I should probably actually should do. Where's my Discord on? I've still not had my coffee yet this morning. I'm still. I took a shower first thing this morning. Well, I took a shower just before starting the stream because I was still fast asleep. I clearly didn't sleep very well yesterday. Right. This clearly also doesn't want to work. Still in a bit of a cookie coma. Yeah, I know eating half a pack of cookies just before going to bed was going to be a terrible idea, and it clearly was. Okay, so that doesn't work. Let's just assume that doesn't work. Let's just go back to one that does work. This one. These go to 11. Boom. Right, let's grab coffee. I'm hoping that there won't be too much before we start that. I'm hoping there won't be too much of a culture shock for the stream. Because obviously the last couple of weeks we've been playing Remix and it's all been very game centric and very focused on like just blasting and grinding bronze and this sort of stuff. Very, very, oh that's a good start, isn't it? Very, very gameplay oriented. Beta streams will be practically the exact opposite of that. Okay, now I've ballsed it up completely because this one's open as well. Let's close you. Let's start again. When we do beta streams, when we do testing streams, they're a lot slower, they're a lot more chill, they're a lot more methodical. Gives people an opportunity to think about things. Gives people an opportunity to chip in with like, you know, thoughts and feedback and stuff, rather than like blasting Mythic Garrosh in the face. In turn, we've also got a new playlist to have a little bit of a listen to today. A playlist of more curated tunes for the stream. Zygor needs to hurry up. I'm completely lost. You can probably add-ons probably not a thing on the beta yet. Have they switched add-ons on? I'm not sure. I mean, I think there's it's going to be a culture shock for people testing the beta as well, you know, because there'll be some people that will test it purely because they feel like they've paid for it, right? They'll be like, I've bought this shit, I'm going to have a look at it, and they will not be ready. They will not be prepared. But what a shit show these testing platforms usually are. 1027 Mr. Pandaria remix. Oh, that's not the right splash screen, is it? Oh my god, look at the bodies. Look at the bodies. Look at the bodies. Okay. Let's fix this real quick. Okay, that's better. Do we need to make any fine adjustments? This a little bit. Strictly want that showing on stream because it's chat and it's something I have zero control of. The rest of it's probably fine. Probably fine. This report issue button, we can throw that down there. Yeah. Talents, yeah. Oh, of course, hero talents. I forget they're a thing. Didn't somebody mention to me that hunter talents are actually coming in next week? Apparently, I don't care about any of this anyway. I just need to press buttons so that the I need to press buttons just so it stops blinking at me. That's really the only thing I need to do. No, it's not gonna let me do. Okay. Pack leader, clearly. We'll look at these another day. Stop blinking at me. Stop blinking. Are we good? Are we saved? No, still not saved. Have 2 points in pack leader. Give me a bit of that. Good. Right, okay. Beautiful. Oops. What did we do? 17 errors. Okay. Don't overload the server with requests from your side. You're going to get DC'd quite often. Oh, I suspect that's the case. Yeah. Servers are going to be a bit ropes today. That is an absolute guaranteed. Okay. Glass sets, crafting orders, training recipes. Okay. I sense we might spend quite some time here today. There's a good chance we will spend quite some time here today. We are going to, dare I say, we will probably start with, where are we going to start? I'm going to need to make notes for this, aren't I? I somewhat have a document already on the go. Where is it? Not one that I'm too open for it being public just yet, though. Careful not to have it on stream. I guess the first thing I care about really is like materials. What the hell are the new materials? What we? Oh, I need to get some keybinds right as well. Oh, hang on, this has changed. There's a support one now. The help one doesn't exist anymore. Have they changed this? Don't forget to slash reload, or you're going to have to do it all again once after the disconnect. Oh, that's true. Actually, very smart move. Frequent reloads. Oh, they've just moved it. Is it still called support? I thought it was called help. I don't know. Shows what I know. What was I doing? Keybinds. We're missing bars for starters. Sorry, this is all of the dumb stuff I probably should have tried to do before stream, but I didn't have time. Yeah, no, that one doesn't go over there. That one doesn't go over there. That's where my UI is. My pastebin UI is not the same as what I actually use normally, isn't it? You are horizontal down here. Moved you. Quick keybind mode. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Shift 1, Shift 2, Shift 3, Shift 4. That's Shift 5. Now I can't remember what goes here. Clear those for now. I'm going to assume it's Q and E and F, and then Shift Q, Shift E, and Shift F. These ones are mouse wheel stuff. Mouse wheel up. Oh. I can't do mouse wheel up. That's odd. Okay. Mouse wheel up and down being zoom is such an odd decision. You don't change the zoom that much, so why would you have it on something like mouse wheel? Am I the only one that changes mouse wheel to actually be abilities? Surely I'm not, right? No. Options, keybinds. Let's change zoom then. Where's zoom? Camera. Shift plus. Shift minus. Use mouse wheel, shift, and control. So I have all of my 6 damage rolls. Sounds about right. Not needing abilities or the mouse wheel. No, that's true. But this is one of those things that I hope to just get it set up once and then it's done, you know? I swear last beta there was knowledge points on the vendor. There will be somewhere. There'll be a press this button for 500 spec points or something. I can't highlight that button. I'm going to assume it's this one. So that one is mouse wheel up. That one is mouse wheel down. This one is this button. This one is this button, I think. That's those over here. Right, that'll do. Okay, and I'll figure these out when I remember. None of this really matters. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna need to make some notes. Where's I wanna just gauge the materials really more than anything. Where's the dudes that's got whoa, keyboard turning? Yeah, yuck. Stop it, game. Nobody does turning with A and D. Options. Keybinds again. Movement keys. Turn left. No, go away. Strafe left. Strafe right. There we go. Turn with a keyboard. We good? There we go. Straight turn with the mouse. What the mouse was invented for. Right, okay. Where do we begin? I ain't got a clue. I am not prepared. I am not prepared. One thing I have just realised is that there will practically be no sound on you. I say the right one. Is it possible to copy the keybinds and basic settings from retail? Wouldn't like to go through them all. No, not easily, I don't think. But it's a set and forget thing. That's why every time I come to do it, I can't actually remember what my keybinds are because they're just ingrained in muscle memory. And I don't look at my bars. Like, I know I have all of the buttons here, but I never look at this. I'm never looking at any of this. It's just I know I just need to make sure the right button is associated. I could hide all of this and still play perfectly fine, but so your profession trainer. What do you have to sell? Gaze into the prism, regaining full concentration for every crafting profession. 2-minute cooldown. Well, we're gonna need one of those, aren't we? Oh, give me big bags, please. Whew, that's better. Chronocloth reagent bag. I don't want a chronocloth reagent bag. Bottomless bag of Kaz Algar general goods. Common reagents shared between all professions. Still missing something? Check a nearby vendor. Oh, that's clever. What do they consider general goods then?
We shall meet again.
Oh, this is very clever. Auto loot, please. Okay, we've got some leather, crystalline powder. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure all of these out, aren't we? Spool of weaver thread, leyline residue. That's enchanting. Crystalline powder. That's enchanting, surely. Oh, made crystallized fragments of a crystalline herbal ore can be bought or sold on the auction house. Oh, maybe that's a byproduct of some milling or something. Viridescent spores. Cluster of spores teeming with life energy can be bought and sold on the auction house. These don't sound like basic materials, Blizzard. You lie.
Peace, friend.
Optional goods, alchemy goods, blacksmithing goods, enchanting goods, engineering goods, inscription goods, jewelcrafting goods. Oh, this is really clever. This my God, Blizzard. This actually makes testing professions a little bit more straightforward. Right. Well, I want a jewelcrafting one. I'm going to test jewelcrafting first thing. Main profession. Auto loot works stunningly well. Disconnected. Disconnected. Eternal bag error. Great start. Maybe the bags are not that good. Alright. Well, maybe my decision to look at the... No, I'm pretty convinced we've got a disconnect on the go. No, just a 24-second lag spike. We're good, we got this. Saved. Okay. Even though I've gone through prospecting, I ain't saying anything as I want to see you go through au natural. We'll get there, we'll get there. Let's have a look at stuff then. First view, jewelcrafting. Brain, go. Give me the good stuff. Oh, cool. I forgot the spell book has changed. Oh, I like this already. Still can't move it. Why? Blizzard needs to make that default, you know. Blizzard needs to let you move shit. Just let me grab the thing and move it, put it places. That does mean I have no idea where the where's the professions then?
Ancestors watch over you.
Oh, it's now double width. How did I do that? Oh, that's clever. If you've got another window open, it's small mode.
Go in
Oh, it goes big mode. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That's really cool. It actually feels like a book. Professions are now on the micro. Oh, click here to view your new professions. Oh, we got a keybind for professions nowadays. Okay. Okay, sure. Ooh, Manthe, that 5-second cast to switch flying is even worse when you're casting it yourself. Give it a go and channel in Ranthius. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't need the aircon on, but... Raining cats and dogs out. Fourth pillar confirmed. It's got its own keybinds. Yo, we've leveled up. If we get our own keybind, boys and girls, you know it's serious. I mean business. Right, where can I almost want that window open just so it keeps this a little bit more in the middle. Okay. Okay. Classic. What? Hello. What? No. Where's Kazalgar? Where's Kazalgar? Train me in Jewelcrafting. Algari prospecting. Kazalgar stuff, please. Why does it all look... Have they sharpened up the tech? Is it all H... It feels like it's all actually HD now. Something about the UI has changed. Okay, then. Okay, then. Making videos when it does this is going to be fun, isn't it? Can't wait for the profession guide videos. We have lots planned over the next couple of weeks, trust me. We are going to start off with first views. We will then go into deep dives before we eventually get to guides. It's a three-step process. That's not me just trying to stretch out the views. I'd rather bring you lot... What I didn't do, what I don't feel I did in Dragonflight was bring you guys, especially Team YouTube I'm talking to mostly here. I didn't feel like I brought you guys along for the journey as much of learning. We spent all day testing shit on Twitch. But I didn't do a great job of actually converting that information into short form, which is what I want to do a much better job of, hopefully, this time. At least that's my plans. So I've kind of already thought, three-step process for the professions. A first view, catch people up with what's coming, what's new. But then a longer form video where I just talk for a long time and we go through everything in vast amounts of detail for those that want detail. And then closer to the launch, we'll do like leveling guide and general overall, you know, actual guide for the professions. That's the plan. That in itself is probably going to keep me more than busy enough. So now my button's gone. Did we get reverted? K. Okay, we legit went backwards.
Peace, friend.
It is proper raining outside. Can you guys hear that on the microphone? Probably not when I don't say anything. I'm wondering if you're getting any background audio when I talk. I fixed my noise gate, by the way, so you probably won't hear me do all the like lip smacking and slurpings. Rain, send it your way. If it's not been past you yet, expect it, because it's absolutely blasting it down here. It is quite wet in the west. Open the spell book. Yeah, we saw the spell book. Whoa. S. Hang on. I've got S key bound to down, and it's moving my camera. That's another thing that needs to not happen. Camera. Where the flip hell is this going to be? General. No, controls. Camera. Leave my camera alone. Never adjust my camera. Top right box in the spell book. Hide passives. Yo, that's also pretty good, you know. That's also pretty clever. Yeah, I like that so much more already. These are your basic skills. These are your BM ones. Nobody cares about these ones. Yeah, that's a cool button, you know. That's a cool button. Obviously, if you're deeping the profession and you are trying to break it down and fully understand it, your passives do a lot of stuff for you. But if you're just trying to set up your bars, that's much easier, isn't it? That's nice. Dare I do a reload? 10 seconds. Broken the beta already. Oh, it's gonna be so broken. Much brokens. I wish there was a dark theme for the spell book. It's way too bright for me. World of Warcraft dark mode. Be careful. When we last asked for that, we got the more. Let's not wish for things we don't actually want. I need to keep this window open as well, preferably. This is more centralized. Do not enable static flying before you go to the Isle of Dawn. Unable to switch it back until level 80. Wrecked. That is a Control-Alt-Delete. Start again. We go back again. Right, are they doing the same thing again? Are they gonna cuck us at level 50? Yep. Okay, so it's the same process again. That's gonna continue to piss people off. We love that. Hopefully there's a more distinct way to get to level 100 this time round, without strictly relying aggressively on work orders. Our NPC orders are here. NPC orders. No orders found. Okay. I wonder what the science behind these are. I wonder how these are going to function. I wonder what frequency these are going to pop up on. That'll be fun to test. Until that point, we can just piss around with public ones. It's fine. Okay. Spectre's at 25 again? Yep, Spectre's at 25. What do we got to play with then? Let's look at things. Magnificent Jeweler's setting. Big seller in using higher quality reagents will improve the skill at which you can craft items. Click to change which quality will be used. Thanks for that. Oh, it only gave me in my bags the max quality stuff, and it's done my bags again. Only gave us max quality stuff. Okay, well, basics first. We'll min-max the crap out of it in a minute. Jeweler's settings again. Add a socket to an amulet or a ring. Jewelry can have up to 2 sockets. Oh! Amulets or rings. Oh, I like. Oh, I like already. I like. A null stone. Sometimes gathered by players with the mining skill. Can be bought and sold on the auction house. That's just going to be... That's Kazgarite 2.0, isn't it? That's Kazgarite 2.0. Blasphemite. This highly desirable diamond is acquired by alchemists that regularly practice thaumaturgy. Can be bought and sold on the auction house. That's the big, expensive, difficult to get one. Then Dum Dum Marble Stone, cool. Crushing's back again. We need an engraved gem cutter. What's this? Created by players with jewelcrafting skill for the purpose of cutting Kazalgar gems. Can be bought and sold in the auction house as well. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we actually have to make gem cutting intermediates this time. Clever. Rather than just throwing... Last time, wasn't this just a... God, it shows how long it's been since I've done retail properly, doesn't it? We just took the stone, didn't we, as a byproduct from prospecting and just threw it straight in and then smushed it down. Now there's an intermediate to play with. Okay. Still salvage anything you want. Okay, still salvage anything you want by the looks of things. We've got inverted prisms again. Light passes through the prism, illuminating the gemstone, but refracts only shadow. Created by players with a jewelcrafting skill and can be bought and sold on the auction house. These are never useful for many people. Uses these null stones again. Since these are going to start getting important. Basic ass gems, null stone. We'll be dead on arrival if these things are actually worth anything. Gilded vials, okay, we're gonna make vials again for alchemists. Purchase from trade school vendors. Jewel crafters can also craft this at equal or higher qualities can be bought. Okay. Nice. Oh, why has it got 2 sale prices? Hold up. Minimum price 150, maximum price 250. Oh, is that showing you what quality 1, quality 2, and presumably quality 3? Minimum 150, maximum 250. Oh, I've just realised it's a custom tooltip because you craft 3 to 5 of them. So they're actually 50 copper a piece, aren't they? They sell for 50 copper a piece. But you might get 1 silver 50 worth. You might get... Okay, that's 3 to 5. That confused me for a second there. It's just because, yeah, there's a varied quantity of them you make. Okay, fine. Glittering glass is a thing again. Probably a byproduct of prospecting. Basic ass gems, crushed gemstones again. Acquired by jewel crafters by crushing Algari gems. Both crushing them and, in theory, needing these gem cutters. Lenses that will go into stuff. Marble stone again. Just another intermediate. Bunch of pebbles and the bismuth. Bismuth, I presume, is default ore number 1. Let's try and figure this shit out. Default ore number 1. I assume is bismuth. I have somewhat kind of possibly looked at this sort of stuff a touch previously, just not in too much detail. Aquarite is the uncommon stuff. Okay. Bloodstones. What do you think about WoW on GeForce Now? I think it's great. I think it's great news. I think it opens up the ability for more people to play the game. WoW isn't necessarily the most difficult game to play, not by any means, but there are also people out there that play on literal potatoes. So instead of spending, you know, 2,000 euros, $2,000, whatever, on a fancy gaming PC, take your potato out, 30 bucks a month or whatever, GeForce Now, good other option. Dare I say it, for, like, you know, students and people that travel and just take a laptop and stuff around. I don't know. I think it can only be a good thing. There's also the vendors selling the herbs and the ores by quality. You can see they're better than the base materials that exist. Yeah. I will check those out in a second. 2 to 3 engraved gem cutters are produced per time. 325 recipe difficulty. Ooh, okay. I'm already I'm getting the first initial wafts of some maths here. This is where spreadsheets are going to do spreadsheet things. If you have a difficult intermediate item to craft, which then is used in getting your gem dust, that adds an extra layer to your gem dust. Rather than it just gem dust 1, 2, 3. Okay. Or your crushed gemstones in this case. I hope these are used in more things. Our optional embellishments. We have captured starlight. Using null stones, these inverted... Oh, so there is a use for these inverted prisms now. Oh, that's better. Oh, it did say it's a crafting reagent. Okay. Sorry, I thought that was that stupid on-use thing that nobody uses. Loving the new quest system. You can enable the quest you want to do on the world map, and the ones you check will show up on the list on the right. The tracking and untracking always seemed scuffed to me. If they've changed that, if they're making that better, then definitely a bonus, yeah. I don't like ranks in materials at all. I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite. My approach to profession, I like to dive deep into the professions and there to be I want things for the crafters to care about, right? Crafting for me is, and always has been, more my end game than like Mythic Plus or raiding. And so I want something that actually requires you to put your brain into gear for. So in most cases, I actually quite like the fact that materials have quality ranks. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, though. I know a lot of people would much rather the professions go back to being something simple. But at the same time, I would much prefer Mythic Raiding would go back to being something simple. Are Zygor's covering bags? Zygor's going to do a lot of covering bags. We're not going to be using Zygor quite as much, but I still want this hell out. Zygor over. Doesn't fit. Get in the way down there. Ranks on materials bloats the auction house with unused stuff so much. They removed it from Final Fantasy XIV for a reason. As long as they make it so that all of the ranks of the materials have some use somewhere, then it's not bloat anymore. Is my take on that, to be honest. I don't think there's what they have done, and this is in retail already, is there's a little tick box where you can just tell it to show you this expansion's materials. That removes 95% of the bloat. I don't think there's really what you'd consider bloat if it's current expansion. If it's all the past expansion stuff, yeah, you want to get rid of that. It's trash. But they've fixed that one already. These null stones seem to be used quite frequently. We're going to care about those then, clearly. I'm suspecting this is kind of like the kind of like the Kazgarite situation. Is for reference, is herbalism and mining up and running on the beta as well? Do we know? I know it wasn't always up during the alpha, so is there nodes and stuff out in the world of people been playing? I don't mind ranks on crafts, but not on materials. I know a lot of people don't agree with me. I know it's one thing where a lot of people don't agree. Saw a few herbs whilst doing the first few quests in the Isle of Dawn. Okay. It means we can give that a little go at some point as well. Okay, so our actual gem cuts appear to be in a similar fashion as what we've had previously. Few different variations using each of the different colors. Using a combination of every gem now using a combination. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. This means that Jewelcrafters care about gems again. Yay! It was so annoying with Jewelcrafters not actually caring about gems. Now this is risky for two reasons. It's risky because if the gems tank in value, then everything also goes free. What I'm getting at here is Jewelcrafters only cared about the price of Awakened Order. You cared about. If you got your Awakened Order cheaper than the next man, you won. That's all Jewelcrafting was. Get your Awakened Order for the best price you can, and then you win. Gem, anything else, nobody cared. And the price of the cut gems was then very carefully balanced around the price of Awakened Order, once again. So I'm already kind of glad to see that as Jewelcrafters, we are going to seemingly care more about the gems and optimizing the intermediates that we're required to get to cut the gems. So the crushed gemstones going into the actual end cuts, needing both variations of gems, meaning the one you get probably most of. It's probably going to be that the rare gems become the value in this, and then as a jewel crafter, you either are good at making these or you're not. This is where early days it might be that jewel crafters share their expertise. Dare I say, you might just have 3 jewel crafters. But it's more self-contained this time now. It's not entirely nullified because of the price of one external material that's out of your control. Okay, I like that. That seems to be the same for all of these. Oh, hello. Wait, hang on. So, I lied. There's the basic one. Ostentatious, extravagant emeralds. What else we got? Ambivalent ambers. Oh, so there's only one basic one and then it's straight into rare ones. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. And equally no ranks in these. Alright. And I know. I'll get onto prospecting in a minute. Because that'll be what fits all of the pieces of the puzzle together. Benevolent Blasphemite. Blasphemite has its own category of gem cuts. Oh, so these go into your... These are in essence... They still call them Algari diamonds. Okay. "24 crushed gemstones, a gem cutter, and a single blasphemite." And there's 3 variations. What do they do? Primary and crit. Primary and movement. Dead on arrival. Primary and maximum mana. Okay, so culminating blasphemites. Culminating blasphemites is where the money's at. Limited diamond, you will be missed. Blasphemites nowadays. Okay. And cubic, primary, and plus 20% perceived fame and fortune. What the fuck is perceived fame and fortune? Hello? What? 5 null stones, 1 inverted prism. Eh? And it doesn't take a blasphemite to make it. Instead takes 5 null stones. Either null stones... Okay, it depends on what the ratio is here. If 5 null stones is worth less than 1 blasphemite, different, but otherwise that... What the hell is perceived fame and fortune? Sure. Get some free internet points. Guess we'll figure that out. Find on pickup. That's informative. I'm assuming these end up being the same. You then crack them open. They'll do something soon. We get into jewellery. Blasphemites. A lot of rare gems. 12 of them. More colours, more famous. It is Pride Month after all. I mean, that's all the colours. Nobody really knows what Cubic Blasphemer does, but it seems to be a bit of a meme gem based on the mats that go into it. Maybe. Still gives primary stat though. Null stones are going in here as well. Offer to bind your spirit with that of another player also wearing this ring. This binding is permanent, but can be severed at the cost of 1 blasphemite. What? Your spells and abilities have a chance to empower each unique gem colour of an ally's socketed gems. This boon grants you 500 to each empowered secondary stat for 15 seconds. This effect will always target your bonded ally if able. Best friends forever ring? Bit of an RP ring? Your spells and abilities have a chance to empower each unique gem colour of an ally's socketed gems by 500. 15 seconds. Ha! It is kind of like... It's very wedding bandy, isn't it? That's quite funny. Severing it at the cost of 1 blasphemite, though. You imagine these blasphemites end up being 20k a piece or something. Yeesh! Some uncomfortable guildies getting married to each other for a stat buff. Yeah. You'll see tanks in trade chat want to buy new holy priest wife.
Hello there.
Just prop warriors walking around with their holy priest wives. Oh no. Hello, this is my wife. She is #1 healer on all of Draenor. Okay. Sure. When you enter combat, gain one dormant gemstone per socketed gem. Whenever you heal an ally, bestow upon them 1 empowered gemstone to increase the potency of one of their socketed gems by 16 for 20 seconds. When their gemstone becomes dormant, this is returned to you. I like the creativity with some of this. I have absolutely zero idea if anybody will give a damn about it. But it's definitely playing into the Jewelcrafting theme, I'll give them that. Starts to make sense. Earthen Ring of Craftsmanship. Oh. Well, that one's a little bit more straightforward. Malleable Band. Oh, this one still uses a spark. This one doesn't use a spark. And then this is your basic 518 fresh level 71 character. 518 at level 71. Quickly gonna make anything Dragonflight completely redundant. Good. PvP shit. PvP specific gems are these. Primary stat: an opponent's failed interrupt attempts grant precognition. Anybody got any ideas? Anybody knows what granting precognition does? How valuable is 3-day early access, do you believe? It's not 3-day early access. It's you can buy the cheap version and play 3 days late. Is the harsh reality there. You want a precog on every caster in PvP? Probably. Primary start, getting snared increases the damage of your next attack by 25k per stack. Competitive PvP gems, though. This is an interesting twist. I wonder how... and these use bloodstones instead of blasphemites. They're using bloodstones. Binds when picked up. This is work order bait, clearly. Acquired rarely through PvP activities such as battlegrounds or arenas. Used to craft and augment Kazangar PvP gear in various ways. Something for PvP players to think about a bit more. Then we got the standard necks and rings. Competitors heraldry? What the hell is this? Certifies crafted equipment for use in PvP battlefields, enabling it to scale up to 606 item level. Multiple are required to complete a craft. Oh, that's interesting. 606, 616, and 619. 619. Rey Mysterio will be proud. Cool. Putting more focus on... Oh, I've also just realised that's going to make even the basic PvP gear work order bait. Oh, now I don't know if I like that. Basic PvP gear was one final non-work order bait thing. Maybe those days are over. Okay. We'll see how that plays out with the other professions as well. 3-day early access will be worth it for the small percentages. They can't limit the gameplay enough so that it's unplayable and feels scummy for the people that pay the premium. Besides, if it's only leveling, that's still a huge advantage to have. Yeah, there's absolutely no way you can... there's no way to disguise the fact that it's just a monster of an advantage to have 3 days early access in an MMO. Which is why they can get away with charging $40 for it. The new speed potion has a daze effect. Reborn cheater. The profession dev mains a hunter confirmed. Maybe we'd get along. Maybe we'd get along if only they'd introduce themselves. Do you have a gold goal for the 3 days early access? Not really. Truth be told, I will probably spend it leveling probably 3 characters. Is the way I suspect that I will probably utilize it. I'll probably get 3 days, 3 characters leveled up to max. I typically don't actually level that fast at the launch. I know some people do min-maxy stuff and level super duper mega fast. My past expansion launch days usually consist of just getting my hunter up to max level. And with 3 days early access, that means I can potentially get 3 characters leveled up. And in any downtime between doing that, or maybe spending 2 days leveling up a couple of characters, and then the 3rd day getting all of the professions and stuff set up on those 2 characters. Might be another way I'd do it. I don't know. once I've got a little bit more experience under my belt of what the wall within is kind of gonna look like and play like, then then we can form a bit of a better plan. So we're making profession equipment. We seem to be responsible for quite a lot of profession equipment as Jewelcrafters. 570 plus 11 skill. Plus 11, plus 11. Everything plus 11. Plus 5 to start with. What's the skill bandings of profession gear right now? It's like, it's worth 22 points, isn't it? What is it? 6, 6, and 8 or something? Is it 6, 6, and 8? 6, 6, and 10? So, if it's 6, 6, and 10, I think it is right now, that's going to mean that it's going to... it's also Kazal Guard Jewelcrafting skill. So your old profession equipment just goes in the bin then, I guess. I wonder if it's going to be... Oh, that's odd. Okay, you're going to put it in the bank, obviously, but I guess it's going to mean that you'll just have a set of tools for Kazalgar, and if you ever do any Dragonflight stuff, you'll have to swap it about. But the likelihood is you probably won't, so it won't matter. But it still seems to indicate that these are going to 11, 11, and then presumably like 15 or 16. With a lot more skill gain to be had from the profession equipment, it pushes them further forward as something that you really do need to get sorted. This is the definition of placeholder, by the way. Ignore the fact that it's only using one gemstone. That's placeholder. They will change. They might have already changed on some of the other professions. We'll find out. But yeah. Resourcefulness, crafting speed. Ha! Copy paste much? Copy paste much? Still got inspiration on it. In fact, inspiration's still over here. Weird how the first build of beta feels like an old build of alpha. I'll do what I did in Dragonflight, just enjoy the ride on my first character. Now with some follower dungeons, I can actually enjoy the dungeons that tell a story also. No need to rush and be first. It's true. Good way of doing it. Are they removing inspiration? Yes. Yes. I wonder if they are going to remove inspiration. Okay, well, they did say it was going away. They have categorically said they're replacing it with concentration. You know, early beta build. Hard to test anything with inspiration actually in the game still. It's going to mess with numbers. Yeah. It will. It will. Beautification iris. What does this do? Toy. Focus a coloured beam of light through a gemstone towards a helpless critter. The world is cruel, but it does not have to be ugly. Okay. Remembrance stone. Offer a fallen player a respectful burial. Oh, you know it's not in respect. Oh, they've given Jewelcrafters a teabagging toy. Is the flag of ownership still a TCG thing? Just donk, loser. Offer a fallen player a respectful burial. Okay. Alright, okay. Well, TLDR then, ever so quickly, first impressions on Jewelcrafting. Without playing around with crushing or prospecting much, we seem to be doing mostly the same things. I like the fact that they've added an extra step into crushing by having engraved gem cutters as an intermediate for the creation of your crushed powdery stuff, crushed gemstones. This will make the maths that goes into optimizing these a little bit more interesting and a little bit more varied. And maybe present an option for early specialization in that direction. Maybe you could actually go as far as like optimizing to make the best crushed gemstone for the cheapest price the fastest. That almost might be an offshoot from prospecting in itself. Prospecting will focus on making the stuff into gems. You then could go off in a crushing route to optimize your production of crushed gemstones. Early days, since crushed gemstones seem to be used multiple places again, and more importantly, are used in the production of actually all of the gems again, which is cool, without the need of flipping Awakened Order. Big bonus. Big bonus. Yeah, I actually think that jewel crafters will care about the quality of the gems again, which is nice. Back to the roots of, you know, crazy thought, but maybe jewel crafters caring about gems is a smart thing to have in the profession, which it looks like they will. That's quite cool. Alright. Any quick questions about jewel crafting before we stroll into maybe leatherworking? I'm obviously yet to do any prospecting and like deep testing and leveling and stuff, but I just want to get a brief overview, set the foundation. Recipe acquisition we won't know until a long time. There'll be some small amount of information about where some recipes come, but we won't get full details on recipe drops until much later. Unraveling has still not been implemented for tailoring. Tailoring took ages to turn up on the alpha as well, if I remember correctly. Okay, that's quite cool. Let's just quickly have a look at when we learn stuff via the leveling path. So we learn our engraved gem cutting tool thing pretty quickly, so we're going to need it. We start getting some gem cuts. So there's strong focus on improving your gem cutting from the word go. We learn vials, the ability to make stones and lenses midway. Those inverted prism businesses at 25. We can make our first rings and necklaces at 30. And we pick up the amber prism at 50. Okay, so we learn practically nothing via the trainer. Like one of each gem. By the looks of things. We learn very little, so it's all going to be about spec trees, I guess. All going to land on the spec trees. I don't want to dive too deep into spec trees just yet, because I'm still, you know, feet on the ground first. When we've got feet on the ground, when we start doing deep dives on the professions, that's when we get sweaty in the spec trees. Let's try and, you know, devote 20 minutes maybe to each profession and just figure the basics out first.
Walk with the earth.
Right, leatherworking. My two main professions, which is why I'm starting here. Mining's in now, so it's time to put gathering to test. Get that druid out. There's going to be spec trees for professions. Yes. I'm starting to sense that maybe you haven't played Dragonflight much, if at all. I would use the opportunity between now and the launch to familiarize yourself with the Dragonflight profession system, because a lot changed, and most of it is carrying into the new expansion. Every profession has a whole set of spec trees and stuff, so. How does it look? Bit bare bones? The phrase I've used is I'm trying to get my feet on the ground to begin with. We're going to take a little bit of a look at each profession in terms of what it crafts and how it sort of presents itself. Maybe 15, 20 minutes on each profession, just to get like a first look into it. And then we'll do spec trees and leveling paths and, you know, all of that sort of good stuff. Right, leatherworking, 100 skill points again. We have a couple of bits of leather. Storm charge leather. Gloom Chilton. Some basic 15, 30. Good that there's no awakened or rousing or anything like that. I'm actually so glad to see that as a system go away by the looks of things. Everything revolving around the cost of an elemental was a problem. Arousing leather, not that kind of kinky shit. Get your mind out the gutter. You know what I mean. I played Dragonflight, got all the professions max as well, just been away from a bit. Oh, okay. Well, consider most of what you know about Dragonflight professions is carrying over. Blizzard love a good copy-paste. What we're trying to find out is where they've made actual changes, rather than just copy-paste. Carapace backed hide, intermediates again. Horned bone shards, a rare species specific material gathered from creatures with horns or tusks. There's a bunch of these again. Thunderous hide, sunless carapace. These are both basic materials. You combine 2 basic materials to make your intermediate. Okay. More species specific stuff. Basic stuff, rarer stuff. A fine magical powder made from the crystallized fragments of a crystalline herbal ore can be bought or sold on the auction house. This sounds as if it's the closest thing we're getting to like awakened or rousings. This crystalline powder, which I presume is just going to be a byproduct random drop off maybe specific herb nodes. But having it all rolled into one and relatively generic is definitely better. Recipe difficulties on these are quite steep still. Obviously all of that's subject to change, but that's good. It means that it's a path that players can choose to get into that might require some expertise or some concentration. That's a lot of concentration. So to go a full level up could be as much as 163 concentration on a material. Yeesh. Obviously, you'd be batshit crazy to actually use it for this purpose, but mistakes will be made. People will do it. Viridescent spores seem to be in from word go. I wonder if that is a I wonder if that is just kind of one of the herbs, or whether that's like Zaralek glow spores 2.0. Storm-touched weapon wrap. I wonder if this is then going to be needed by blacksmiths for making weapons and stuff. Would be an interesting. Bottled storm, a rare species-specific material gathered from storm creatures by players with the skinning skill. Oh, okay. Not an alchemy thing. Writhing sample. Writhing sample of biomass found within an altered herb or a weeping ore. Some herbalism and mining testing in the different zones could prove to be very useful. It'd be good to know quite quickly. It'd be good to know if different zones have like different prefix modifiers for herbs, or whether, like Dragonflight, you can kind of get all of them in all of the zones. It might mean that people spread out to do their herbalism and mining if there's like a herb or a type of material that is like unique each zone, rather than, you know, everybody farming glow spores in the cavern because you'd be mental to farm herbalism anywhere else kind of thing. Spread players out a touch. Thunderous drums, we get drums again, basic leather, basic leather. Armor kits are here to stay. Profane tinderboxes. Standard issue tinderbox of the Arathi contains flint, steel, and a tincture of imbued oil. Sell price 4 gold. Well, that's a vendor item then, isn't it? That's a 10 gold vendor item. I'm in the beta. Where do I find the new professions and the mats? You need to be on the right server. You need to be on the this goes to 11 server. Then you make pre-made level 80s and they start in either Stormwind or Agrimar by default. Yeah, you'll need to test the professions. You've got to be on the right server. Not a stupid question. We're all learning. Do these have equality as well? Did the intermediates have a... These had quality on them as well. Okay. Looks like we're going to make basic sets of leather. Spelunker. Okay. Anybody want some spunk mitts? Want to sell spunk mitts? One careful previous owner? Okay. Spelunker practiced mitts. Sure. Spelunker jerkin. Oh dear. Who comes up with the names for these? Spunk mitts only used once. Thank God you can't equip socks, right? Oh dear. Is that what foot pads are? Spunk foot pads. Sorry, females. Sorry, ladies. Sorry, ladies. We are disgusting men. I think they've only out of name ideas. Okay. Well, this is your end game stuff. Gloom Fathom Hide seems to be traditional in all of these. An immensely sturdy hide from an animal you are unable to identify. Oh god. Oh god. Do we not make that then? We don't make these Gloom Fathom hides, so this is your rare shit. Oh, okay. This potentially has... This has Dreaming Antler fragments wrote all over it again. If you're on the beta, by the way, don't delete your characters, it will crash the game. Okay, cool. You said it. Yeah, I know, we're disgusting, we're horrible, we're animals. Okay, this Gloom Fathom hide seems to be important for a lot of the endgame leatherworking, for sure. Tradable, though. Yeah, I smell a cobra skin situation here, potentially. We make the crystal fused hide. Crystal fused hide is an intermediate. Make that up here. That comes from crystal powder. The Zaralek glow spores go into... get mixed up with a carapace backed hide, which is an intermediate that we also make. So we take some glow spores. We take... Oh, there's levels on levels here. Are these both farmable then? Thunderous hide and sunless carapace. These are both farmed materials then. 3 Skinner products go into making the carapace backed hide, which in turn is then combined with some Zaralek glow spores, make our crystal fused hide, which in turn then is used in quite potentially good quantities to make every single piece of leather and or mail, potentially. Okay, cool, like that. Once again, gives different routes for players to take. It gives different possibilities for specialization. You could spec into just making these really well, but if you do that, you're probably not going to be able to make your crystal infused hide particularly effectively, meaning you might be looking to buy that off another leatherworker who has spec'd into making this pretty effectively. Good stuff, good stuff. And then your basic leveling. Basic leveling. Ooh! Yes, please, video game. Yes, please. Keep it this way. For the love of all that's holy, keep it this way. Has anybody noticed what I've just noticed? Bind on equip. Thank fuck. Something to actually craft and sell on the auction house. Admittedly, recipe difficulty of 60 means you'll be making top quality ones within the first 3 minutes. But even still, something to sell on the auction house is something to sell on the auction house. Materials are probably not balanced yet, but you're going to make a lot of this, I also assume, whilst leveling. But BOEs are BOEs, right? The blue stuff in Dragonflight is also BOE. Isn't the... What's the... Oh, but yeah, of course, you slap your Crafter's Mark 4s and stuff on it. Yeah, but if you want your Crafter's Mark 4 on it to bring it up to current levels, then it still has to go through work orders. Which is kind of what I would like to get away from. So so yes, the basic stuff is still yeah, okay. I guess that depends on how. I wonder if you go to place an order in these, there's an option for a optional reagent to jack its item level up. I guess we'll find out. Okay. Either way, BOE is a good start. Top end stuff, sparks, profane tinderboxes, that'll change because that screams this screams vendor mat at the moment. Arathian patterns, Nerubian patterns. Or are these actually? I wonder if these materials are then vendor materials but require reputation with the factions, potentially. Since there's like an Arathi one, vial of Kaheti oils. They have the thing that makes me think that they're vendor things is because they have a high sell price. They have a high gold sell price, a 2 gold sell price, which makes me think they are something that you purchase vendor. Interesting. I'm not going to go too deep into exactly what each one of these actually does right now, but there'll clearly be something at some point that people want. Oh, blessed weapon grip. What are you? Oh, you're then an optional reagent. Oh, okay. You've snuck an optional reagent in here. A blessed weapon grip provides the following properties. Damaging a target has a chance to bless your weapon, increasing your highest secondary stat. The effect slowly fades over time. Didn't we historically decide that embellishments that prop up your highest secondary stat aren't actually as good as they first sound, though? Because often you will reach a cap in something anyway. I don't know. We'll figure out that shit later. That's for smart people to figure out. My goodness, the beta's unplayable at the moment. Well, this is why I haven't... This is why I'm standing in Ogrimmar and looking at an interface rather than actually going out and trying to quest or anything. Yeah, I reckon it's probably a shit show today. It'll be busted for sure. DC doing anything on the leveling realms? Ooh. Ouch. Busy Bee's buckle? Oh, it's got set to it. Your spells and abilities have a chance to create a floating orb of fire pollen. Stepping into the orb will gather it, increasing your secondary stat by 1,000. Up to 2 allies who step near you during this time will also receive 500 of a random secondary stat for 12 seconds. Give everybody a Busy Bee buckle. Stack everybody with Busy Bee buckles. Secondary stats go burr. Do you plan to try leveling the professions? There is not anything to do with the professions that I will not do in great detail. It's one step at a time, though. It's a slow, methodical process. But yes, we will do absolutely everything you can possibly imagine with the professions, don't you worry. Op again, no money to be made other than spamming trade chat like a crazy person. Endgame gear, yeah, it's still going to go via work orders. So you need the Smouldering Pollen Halberg, the Reinforced Satyr Flyers, and the Busy Bees Buckle is the 3 set. It'd be funny if that ends up being the meta, you know. Just spam stacking everybody's secondary stats. It won't be, though. It won't be. The 2 sets are usually not that hot. While in combat, there's a chance that lightning will strike nearby. Being struck by the lightning will infuse you with Rook's Fury, granting you presumably a placeholder amount of haste for 12 seconds. Okay, well the TLDR is that we make endgame gear. No surprises. PvP stuff. I'm not sure how players are going to react to this, but all the PvP stuff is now work order bait. You are now a lightning rod, sir. You have equipped the lightning rod tinker gem. You are good to go. Set bonuses for crafted gear seems fun. It's painted with fun. The problem is people optimize the fun out. This is the thing. People will still pick whatever actually does the most damage over anything that's actually fun. Is there no BOE gear to sell? There is less as it stands currently. There is, but there's less. Your PvP stuff, it seems to be that these competitors' heraldries, 3 different qualities, aspirants, combatants, and gladiators, are going to be your required optional reagent. Get your piece of PvP gear. Now, you would half assume that it means that these would be very freely flowing if you actually engage in PvP, because the concept of this gear from the word go is that it's meant to be a quick and easy set of gear to get you started, and then you go get your proper, you replace it with your proper gear. If they make this stuff, well, I suppose the difference is now it goes from 606 item level all the way up to 619, so that's an entire tier. That's an entire tier of gear that you could pretend. This might, although it looks like PvP gear is going to fall into the category of work order bait, it does mean that there might be some desire to recraft or to request. PvP gear today is a 5-minute thing, right? It lasts about the first couple of weeks of a patch, and then it's like just a spam fiesta. It might mean that it stretches the desire for the patterns out a little bit longer. It's still going to be interesting to see how the recipes are gained. It still says purchasable on the auction house, and you can also buy the recipes directly with a lot of honor by the looks of things. All of the recipes are readily available from the word go to purchase with honor, but I assume they will also then be obtainable by actually doing PvP as well. But it means goblins are unlikely on day 1 to maybe be quite so aggressive in buying a full set of this and then spam crafting it and selling it crazy mode on the auction house. It's switching more to a work order thing. That will frustrate some people. Some people have held on to that crafted PvP market. You know, they've held on to it tight because it's one of the last remaining sort of old school gold making methods. They've held on to that really tight as something they do at the beginning of a patch. They buy up the recipes very quickly, and they craft and they sell full sets. They cancel scan and they do what they need to do on the auction house. If it goes work orders, that's just one more thing that's not a thing anymore. And then a lot of profession equipment for leatherworking. So, again, it doesn't feel... Leatherworking feels practically copy-paste. They've not done anything new here. There doesn't really feel... There's no added flavour to leatherworking. They still make drums. They still make some armour kits. They're responsible for mostly crafting their own intermediates to craft other further things. I'm intrigued to see what these storm-touched weapon wraps do. I'm guessing these then go over to blacksmiths to craft weapons. There's your work order markets for gears. There's your armor kits for the auction house. There's your drums for the auction house. There's the speciality gear, which, if it happens to sit on a Wowhead Biss list, will sell. If not, good luck. They're taking PvP sets into work order territory as well. And then they make a lot of profession equipment. Oh, now we get the chance to talk about Artisan's Acuity. Is that how we're going to pronounce that? This is Artisan's Metal 2.0, but this time it's predominantly, or from what I have seen, exclusively used for making profession equipment this time. It doesn't have any further purpose other than to make profession equipment. Tailoring and enchanting will be the big money makers. As per usual. Alchemy, Jewelcrafting are looking pretty good though. I mean, at the beginning of an expansion, you're doing something wrong if you can't make money with your profession, honestly. Everything works at the beginning, but it's which ones end up sort of lasting for the long term. Yeah. This being exclusively for profession equipment feels better. And that's obviously because we've now got concentration in place to kind of replace both Artisan's Metal and Inspiration. Does mean you're not going to stack it to be able to, you know... Here's a... What if they... It's not here now, but I'm just thinking if Artisan's Metal 2.0 ends up being exclusively for profession equipment, what if it could be converted in small quantities to make a concentration regeneration something? These bind on pickup. These are bind on pickup as well. I guess I'll see if I spot anything else that this is used for. But if it's only for profession gear, maybe that's deliberate. I'm just thinking how Artisan's Metal primarily is used in retail right now. Any spare Artisan's Metal you have, you turn it into plus skill, which guarantees you higher quality for a short period of time crafts of things. If you could convert bonus Artisan's Acuity into some way to regenerate your concentration, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know if it sounds like a good idea, whether it would actually be a good idea. Concentration regenerates slowly through time or by getting an ingenuity proc. Improving your ingenuity stat increases the chance of getting a refund. Okay. Any new bags? Tailors have a bunch of new bags. There's a whole variety of new bags for tailoring. Oh, died. Basic stuff. Okay. Your only mass auction housey stuff then is going to be your basic profession crafts again. So that'll be good bit. That'll be That'll be big business, early days. Basic stuff. Do we learn all of the basic stuff from crafting? Okay, the auction house is going to be full of this stuff then if everybody's using it for the for leveling up. That said, it's unlikely that these will be expensive enough that it's unlikely that you'll craft many of these whilst leveling up. You'll craft cheaper stuff. Feels like Blizzard are in over their head and have created a mess. I mean, it feels alright so far. This does feel like a refinement of the Dragonflight one, which is kind of what you'd hope. Or if you mean the beta in general, I mean, it's literally day one. Disconnects are going to be all over the place. The biggest problem Team EU is going to have is that the beta servers are in America, right? They're in Team NA land, so your latency, you're going to have more disconnect issues just naturally. I mean, professions specifically. I mean, they seem to be. Well, let me put it this way. Like I said, it's as I would have expected them to be. 90% copy paste with a little sprinkle of new to make it feel fresh. Oh, that little drop down's nice. Oh, you can quickly change your era from here as well, rather than having to do it through a filter. I think I prefer that. Okay. I'm wondering if I make separate characters for the separate professions. I'm going to end up making a billion different characters, aren't I? So let's pick another profession. Let's have a little bit of a look at the next one. Actually, before we move on to another profession, any questions about either Jewelcrafting or Leatherworking? Or we stroll on. I want to thank you for streaming on YouTube. Yesterday when the beta went live, I thought, hey, should open up Twitch and watch some beta streams. Then I changed because of all of the ads. Twitch is pretty aggressive on ads, I can't lie. I play the absolute bare minimum ads I can get away with to prevent pre-roll ads. So that anybody that joins my stream over on Twitch, they shouldn't, if they do, it's a bug Twitch's end, they shouldn't see an advert when they join the stream over on Twitch. But that doesn't mean there won't be adverts during. On YouTube, the stream is, I wouldn't say ad-free, but I can tell from my analytics, at least, it plays way less ads. Have they changed anything with the skill trees? Yeah, they've got fully new skill trees for all of the professions. I'm not going through skill trees just now. I want to get a feel for the base professions and what materials are and that sort of stuff. Skill trees will come in like deep dives when we you know, nestle down in great detail. But be aware that yes, there are fully new spec trees for all of the professions. Pick a profession then, boys and girls. I'll let you guys pick, I suppose. We're going to go through them all of them slowly but surely anyway. It's taken me 2 hours to go through 2. We probably need to up the speed a little bit here, don't we? Archaeology. Absolute scumbag. I knew people would say fishing. Right. Blacksmithing was first on the list. We'll go with blacksmithing. Have a little look at blacksmithing then. Blacksmithing, I suspect, is going to feel remarkably similar to leatherworking, so this might be a bit of a quicker one. With just a sprinkling of weapons. Or, good measure. Ever-burning ignition. Hello? This is an interesting start with Mangonel's ever-burning ignition. Siphon the residual energy of the forge for use later. Igniting the forge grants a boon of Algari blacksmithing stats according to your ever-burning forge specialization. Artisan's acuity and a core alloy. Ooh. Ignite the forge, gain ingenuity, multicraft, and resourcefulness based on your ever-burning forge specialization for 30 minutes. 5 out of 5 crafts. Ah, okay. That's an interesting twist. Giving you a personal buff to your crafting potential. In other words, whenever you're doing blacksmithing sort of stuff, you're going to want that active, aren't you? It's unique 10, you got 5 out of 5 crafts, and it lasts for 30 minutes. So you can stack up to 5 hours worth of blacksmithing stuff. But you only got 5 crafts. I wonder how fast they're going to recharge. That's interesting. That's an interesting twist. That's a further limitation onto how ingenuity, multicraft, and resourcefulness. So that's going to affect people who want to mass craft alloys. That's going to affect people that want to do work orders for others, because one of the advantages of doing work orders for others is that you will want, you know, resourcefulness is your bonus paycheck, right? Any resourcefulness procs is your bonus tip when the commissions are not good enough in the first place. And ingenuity will obviously allow you to do more crafts if your concentration goes further. That's quite clever. I think I like that. I like that. We'll see how impactful it is, but that's quite clever. Sanctified alloys. We're making alloys again. No surprises. Default ore and a core alloy. How do we make core alloys? Core alloys require basic... Okay, this is definitely going to change, but this is conceptual materials, not balanced materials. Conceptually, you make core alloys out of some quantity of basic materials. You take those core alloys and you smash in some rare material to make a better alloy. Conceptually, that's quite clever. Core alloys do have quality as well. So sort of a two-step process in that regard. Charged alloy and an iron claw alloy goes into making an iron claw alloy. Yeah, okay, this is all... like reusing the same material? Okay. You expend the charged alloy, but you reuse your iron... Okay, yeah, that's weird. Sure. This is why ignore the quantities, because it's not implemented properly yet. You're most likely going to have this buff at all times from what I've tested so far. Early on, it might be a little bit tight, bit rough for gear crafters. Perfect for materials, though. Yeah, you'll pop your ever-burning ignition, and then you've got half an hour to craft probably as many of these as your materials allow you to do. And then once this runs out, you either use another one, or you then take half an hour to go and sell what you've just crafted. Yeah, it definitely is going to be impacted by how quickly these recharge. It wouldn't surprise me if these are on a... Like, if they make these a one-a-day thing, kind of like cloth cooldowns or Dracothis cooldowns, that sort of stuff, then there'll be a Spectre to do it more, yeah. There's a Spectre just for that system. Okay, that's cool. Endgame basic armor, basic alloys will go into them. Nothing really to write home about here, other than it's all very early stages. Since for some reason the boots have completely different copy-paste material to the others, for no real reason. Unless the boots end up... No, that's clearly just not... That's clearly just broken. And nobody getting a... yeah, okay, that's just broken. Or maybe that's a cheat... No. I'm just thinking maybe that's a cheeky way for players to maybe get past skill 50, 60 or something. I don't know. It's either a 200 IQ move by Blizzard to mean that people can craft further, and they then just put them all in the bin, or it's just broken and not implemented. Lots of weapons, look, loads of weapons. Loads of weapons coming. Endgame crafted weapons of all varieties. Everforged and charred. Not sure what the difference is going to be there. It's just one of everything, I suppose. And then your basic iron claw stuff. Iron claw ore. What I didn't see is this referenced much in Jewelcrafting. Maybe I just missed it. I saw bismuth and I saw aquarite. I didn't see iron claw ore. So I wonder what the prospecting on this stuff ends up being like. I really should be making notes of all of this, shouldn't I? I absolutely should be making notes. Didn't Blizzard talk about NPC work orders to level up the professions? Probably the boots are just a bug. Yeah, you're probably spot on. There is NPC work orders. There's a new tab for NPC work orders. They don't work yet, but the tab at the very least is there. You've variations of embellished gear. Wait till they're all properly implemented before casting judgment on them. Spread the sheet. Yeah. A lot of profession equipment as well. Repair a weapon or a piece of plate armor you have specialized in repairing. The master hammer. That was a cheeky way of getting to level 100 in Dragonflight. Spec into this thing and then just craft a bunch of those all the way to 100. It was a bit annoying you had to spend a bunch of spec points to get there though. But if you'd specialized in one piece of armor, you kind of almost got it for free. Plus 18 on the top tier stuff. Okay. So what's it? 11, 11, 18. $11, 11, 22, 18. So 40 points. 40 points potentially from your tools, your tool and your accessories this time. 40 points. They've practically doubled the amount of skill gained from this. Which should mean that they're not that people ignored them, but it should mean that they're actually even more impactful. Getting your profession tools ASAP, because you're gaining 18 plus skill here. 18 skill up here is way less concentration number here. And if concentration ends up being something that you care about a good amount, making this number as small as possible is critical. I've not done alchemy yet, no. We've done jewelcrafting, we've done leatherworking, now we're on to blacksmithing, because it's probably pretty quick, blacksmithing. Any chance I can get your UI? Be my guest. Plus random stat. Optional reagents means we can actually specify what stat goes onto it. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. The profession tools are still going to be... Profession tools are almost more important this time round. Stonework, what are these? Iron claw, razor stones. Sharpen your mining herbalism or skinning tool, increasing its finesse. 2 hours. Okay, that's generous. That's generous. What server am I on? I haven't really got any characters on the main servers. This is the... if you've just logged on to the beta, if you want to test professions, you have to be on the... This goes to 11 server. They're the pre-made level 80s that can test the professions. So yeah, they've not implemented materials yet properly on the PvP plate stuff, but the same concept here again, that you're looking at PvP gear being work order bait as well. And actually, not straightforward to craft either. Once again, expect all of the numbers to be placeholder. But comparing that to leatherworking, yeah, they might be shooting to make the PvP gear another potential path that you go down, right? Do you spec into gear? Do you spec into PvP gear? This will be more apparent when we look at the spec trees. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Admittedly, not a lot is changing, but enough is changing for there to be stuff to talk about, stuff to think about. Forged frameworks. Oh shit. Finishing reagent crafted by blacksmiths. When crafting, you gain 12 ingenuity when crafting consumable items. They could be big early days to take full advantage of your concentration. It just depends, what does 12 ingenuity do for you? You have a 0% chance to have an ingenious breakthrough when you concentrate on a craft, refunding all of the concentration points spent. If 12 ingenuity translates to 12%, that becomes worth using pretty quickly. You gain 15 multi-craft when crafting consumables. You gain 12 resourcefulness when crafting consumables. Well, you ain't gonna I can't imagine you're ever gonna spec into resourcefulness when the option to spec into multi-craft is there. Multi-craft always wins over resourcefulness. Okay. I like that concept, though. Especially this one. Forged framework. I like that. I like that quite a lot. What else we got? Skeleton keys. Lockpicking business. Oh, yeah. Jewelcrafters didn't have anything like that this time. And ye old school repair hammer. Cool. Okay. I suspected blacksmithing would be similar. The interesting thing to play with is going to be this ever-burning forge. That's going to be quite interesting to see how that integrates with the rest of the profession. I also wonder... This is one of those things where I really hope that the ingenuity, multi-craft, and resourcefulness that you gain is restricted to blacksmithing. Otherwise, you'll get into a... Oh, and we're dead. Otherwise, we'll get into a situation where you're going to want to pair blacksmithing with every one of your crafting professions to get the buff. We don't want that. As long as it's not a global stats buff and is restricted to blacksmithing. I don't want to have blacksmithing on all of my alts. Just for the buff. That's the kind of sweaty shit that people do, though. Any chance I can get your TV? Hands off my TV. Hands off. Vial of Inspiration by Alchemy can now be sold on the auction house. Selling ingenuity. Well, it's also going to be a smart play, but to have as much ingenuity as you can get your hands on, potentially. It just depends how much concentration actually becomes a thing. No, it's not P anymore, is it? It's K. Okay. Alright, we need to pick another profession. Firing through these a bit faster now.
Greetings, traveler.
In fact, I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. Quick bathroom break. Stretch my legs for 2, and then we'll pick another profession. Fight amongst yourselves what profession we want to do next. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Seems to be an overwhelming demand for alchemy. Let's have a little bit of a look at alchemy then. Let's have a little look at alchemy. Yoink. Nothing to learn. It's all discovery again, clearly. All back in the world of discovery. 6 out of 105. Oh, of course, I'm a goblin. Of course. Right. Experimentation, wild experimentation again. Perform a risky experiment with 30 herbs of your choosing, potentially discovering a new recipe in the process. You still have undiscovered recipes. Four-way catalyst. Acquired as a byproduct from the reclaiming excess concoctions. So we trash the old stuff again. We trash the trash. And in trashing the trash, we get core-way catalyst, which goes into our experimentation. Okay. Presumably this can go boom as well. Myco Bloom, Lure Drop, Orbinid, Blessing Blossom, Arathor's Spear, the herbs. This could make the price of herbs fucking wild at the beginning. Okay. Healing potions is your basic stuff to start with. Basic herbs, gilded vials, vendor mats, but also bought from Jewelcrafters. Okay. Looks like you can scrap pretty much anything as well. Okay, so that's not too... Please hold. Dog going mental at somebody walking past the house. Doggo wanted some camera time. Doggo was doing woofing. Go lie down. Axe. Axe. Hang on, let me open the curtain so at least there's a bit more natural light in here. My huskies are the same since the kid was born. I have two. You'll see them casually strolling around in the background. One of my dogs, the younger one, is like geared to be a guard dog. He absolutely could be a guard dog, like a police dog style guard dog. She's always alert, vigilant, pack protector kind of mode is always on. Whereas the older dog couldn't give a shit. She'd welcome burglars in the house. She'd just lick their face. Okay, so experimentation, learn recipes that way. Get it, cool. Meticulous experimentation, is this like just a better, more reliable version? Oh, that then appears to take some of your artisan's acuity as well. So your basic one, you can blast away at that as much as your heart desires. I wonder if it still has the ability to go boom on you though. I expect it does. It might put it on cooldown. Meticulous. Form a careful experiment with only 10 herbs of your choosing, potentially discovering a new recipe in the process. Okay. This in and of itself is discovered from wild experimentation. So the likelihood is you're going to have to do this to begin with. But if you get this nice and early and you get yourself some artisan's acuity, use less herbs to learn more recipes. 5 core catalysts as opposed to 2. Okay. Pros and cons. Clever. Doggo woke me up tonight barking like a madman. Arming fast. Guess he was having a dream. Yeah, my dogs clearly bark at squirrels in their sleep as well. I have 2 as well, both rescues. Girl never made a sound unless somebody arrived without a doorbell or a phone ring. But only 1 bark. Since the kid always lets us know if a person's around. Yeah, dogs are very good protectors. I feel the war within is going to keep going the dead trend in goal making. It's just different. This is the thing, right? It's just different. Like the Dragonflight changed the meta pretty substantially, and Dragonflight is just the war within is just going to be a slight twist of that. In a way, there's part of me that still believes that it was needed anyway. Goal making by the end of Shadowlands was getting remarkably sweaty. And it was problematic by the end of Shadowlands because it got to the point where certain individuals were able to just like dominate, which whilst it was fun to take full advantage of that, it's not particularly fair. It's, dare I say, it is a more fair system nowadays. But there is still definitely room for improvement. Dragonflight goal making is far more sweaty than Shadowlands, in my opinion. You can still be equally as sweaty, just in different ways, you know. Those remix transmog vendors are garbage. On character A, I bought a few sets and then they disappear from the vendor. When I check with character B, I see them again and they don't even say that I know them. You'll be able, unfortunately, yeah, you're kind of right. They are a bit garbage because you can buy the ensembles again. The problem is that you then, well, you won't be able to learn them again on that second character. So if you buy them again and you can't learn them, that means that you've already learnt them somewhere else. And so just sell them back to the vendor. You're right. It's not a great system, but at least it's not so bad. It allows you to learn and buy, like buy and learn the same ones twice. The Thaumaturgy. This is the fun bit, right? This is the new bit of alchemy that is attempt to perform a miracle with 20 materials of your choosing. This technique may yield some new discoveries, but is highly destructive. So what do you throw at it? Oh shit. You can throw at anything you want. You can throw herbs at it. Ominous transmutagen, whatever that ends up being. Ominous, mercurial, volatile, transmutagen. Mycobloom, herbs. Herbs, or spools of weaver thread. Leathers. So you seem to be able to throw at this basically any basic material. This is prospecting, but for alchemy. This is just prospecting in disguise, but for alchemy. And there's a spec tree to go with it as well. Oh my god, look at the concentration. Recipe difficulty 500. Damn, son. Okay. Formulated courage. Oh, we can craft this now. Oh! Drink to elevate your focus on experimentations, allowing you to continue your pursuit of alchemical greatness for 10 minutes, no matter the cost. Oh! Interesting. God, this is going to be RNG hell, isn't it? You imagine if your very first wild experimentation, like, just procs this, then you're like, GG, thanks. Then for as long as you've got, as long as you can get the materials for this, you can continue and get everything. Oh, that could be RNG hell. Oh, you don't even learn this from experimentation. You get this from Alchemy Mastery 25. So you could potentially spec straight to that. Potentially spec straight towards that. Okay. What reagents do we make? Harmonious horticulture. So this is going to be, oh my god, I can't remember half the Dragonflight material names. Somebody prevent me from looking. Omnium Draconis, thank you. So I'm glad somebody knows what I'm thinking. People are probably going to spec straight into Thaumaturgy and go straight for the gem transmute. Yeah, if this is the route to Blasphemites. Okay, we take a bunch of everything and we smush it into a super herb. We got our super herbs again. Artisan's Authenticity. Apprentice crafting license. Hello, what are all of these? Increase your skill by 5 for this craft. Increase your skill by 10 for this craft. A stack of pentagold reviews. Unraveled instructions. Increase your skill by 20 for this craft. Artisans Consortium seal of approval. Increase your skill by 40 for this craft. Defo from scribes. This does sound very scribbly, doesn't it? They could be quite cool. Multicraft by 15, multicraft by 22, multicraft by... Assorted choking hazards. Is that what these things are called? Oh dear. Have a bag of dicks. Okay. Assorted choking hazards. Okay, slumbering soul serum. Mana potion. Oh, yes! Straight from the word go. Alchemy cares about herbs again. This was the biggest problem with a lot of professions in Dragonflight. Goes with the spunk mitts. Yeah, it goes with... Get your spunk mitts. Get your assorted choking hazards. Free with every pair of spunk mitts. Yeah, not having awakened or rousings anywhere means that professions might care about the materials, and materials might not tank in value down to 0 gold so very quickly. The basic potions, nothing special, nothing fancy. Do the potions them? I can't imagine there's any sort of surprises anywhere through here other than what the potions do. We make flasks again. Drink to increase a random secondary stat for a shitload. Directly healing an ally player below 25 health. Okay, so flasks are back. Flasks are back. Vicious flask? Honor gained increased by 15%. Okay, so they're trying to make specific PvP flasks as well. Player killing blows increase your damage dealt by 8% and damage taken by 4% for 20 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. You are slain with this effect. Your assailant takes a portion of this power. Be fun in Battlegrounds, couldn't it? Okay. Oh, that's quite cool that they've tried to make like PvP specific flasks. Vials still exist though. In what form? Oh, vials directly boost profession stuff. So what do we got here? We got increase your finesse by 31 during the summer, or your resourcefulness by 31 during winter? Oh, fuck me. Sure. Okay. Drink to increase your crafting speed and deftness. Increase your ingenuity by 20. There's the one that might be of value to most. You're unlikely, unless these end up being ludicrously expensive, you're unlikely to want to do too much crafting. Especially if you're using any concentration at any point without one of these popped. This becomes borderline mandatory for crafting. Especially if you're doing, like, materials. Min-maxing seasons? Yeah, I'll go back and I'll do my goal making in the winter, please. Vial of True Sight. Drink to increase your perception by 50 and allow you to see camouflaged mining and herb nodes. Okay, well that's also categorically mandatory for herb miner characters then. Okay, well they've made these seemingly a little bit more important to have. Cool. No complaints there. I find it funny how they've called it focused inspiration, and it actually boosts something that isn't going to exist. Are they getting rid of inspiration? Are they going to backtrack on this? Oh, okay. No, it's just the tooltip looked different. Panic over. They probably are still getting rid of it. I just thought they'd made changes to the tooltip that was concerning me. Transmutations then. This is the interesting bit I think of alchemy. Check the potions, they're a little bit different to normal. Your next 6 mana consuming spells or abilities will consume 12 to 8% based on the crafting quality of your health instead of mana. All healers. Consume to gain 1200 armor and 2% health. Whenever you're struck, gain an additional stack. Drink to increase your movement speed by 60% for 20 seconds. You'll become dazed if struck. Literally heal. Yeah. Literally hunter buff. Experimentation using relevant ingredients. Relevant ingredients is an interesting word. That seems to indicate that you might actually be forced not to just use the cheapest, but to use different versions of these to get different results out of them. Yeah, that's an interesting twist. So your research is going to require you, presumably you might need to experiment with Blessing Blossom to learn a recipe that uses Blessing Blossom. I mean, it makes sense, you know. You're experimenting with a herb and you're finding a new use on how to make that herb. That's quite cool. Rather than it just being a seemingly random pick one off the list kind of thing. Yeah, I like that. Gain the effects of all inactive tempered flasks. I don't know what that means. Gain increased stealth detection. Every 1 second, the light will attempt to smite a hidden foe within 20 yards. Rip rogues. See you later, stabby boys. That's quite funny. Alright, cool. What's these transmutations then? Gleaming Chaos. Convert gleaming transmutagen into an assortment of random materials. 3 out of 3. You take 40 gleaming transmutagen. Take 80 gleaming transmutagen to make a blasphemite. 1 of 1. I'm going to assume daily craft. Learn via specking deep into it by the looks of things. 80 gleaming transmutagen. I vaguely remember this transmutagen thing being a scaling thing. Mercurial transmutagen. Take volatile and you take ominous. Smush it together. You get mercurial. Take ominous and mercurial and you smash it into volatile. Take volatile and mercurial and you smash it into ominous. Take ominous and volatile and you smash it into mercurial. So there's a way to balance what you have. There seems to be a way to balance the transmutagens that you have and balance them so that you can get ultimately what you actually want, I guess. Truth be told, right now, I don't understand this. I suspect this has more... Well, there's more to it. Your alchemy stones... Isn't the alchemy stone what prevented people from testing it on the alpha? Sucks you can't look at the specializations. Oh, well, you can. You just need to level the damn things up first. Aratha's Spear, yeah, it's one of the new herbs. We know what happens to dragonflight professions. They wither away into irrelevancy, is what happens to them. There will be very little that will cross over. You might still want to go back and like craft toys from time to time and stuff with them, but 95% of dragonflight crafting will just might as well not exist. Gilded vials, super herbs, artisan's acuity. Interesting that that is going into cauldrons. Four-way catalysts, which are a byproduct of your experimentations, if I'm correct. No, they're needed. No, they're a byproduct of your reclaiming or neutralizing. Sorry, this time. And this crystal forged cauldron business wasn't this on a vendor for like 60,000 gold? Or I remember tweeting something about these things. I think these things are mad expensive. Do you still need to get knowledge points for your profession? The dragonflight profession. You'll get dragon knowledge points, and there'll probably be some new one. Is it one of Blizzard's display UI style? Or you customized it yourself? Oh, you mean like having the map and stuff all here? Yeah, this is just Blizzard's UI. I've just moved stuff about. Gonna switch around some professions, I think, so they better not carry things over from dragonflight crafting. Yeah, I wouldn't unlearn professions. I really would not recommend unlearning any dragonflight profession, because you will lose any recipes that you've acquired. If you pick that profession up again, you will not have all of the recipes that you once had. You retain the knowledge points, to be fair, but I wouldn't unlearn anything. I wouldn't be switching around professions. If you need more professions, level more alts. Jewelcrafting is the best example of that. If you have jewelcrafting and you have the elemental lariat recipe, and then you unlearn jewelcrafting, and then at some point want to learn jewelcrafting again, you won't have the elemental lariat recipe. Recipes are not maintained. Knowledge points are the only things that are maintained, which ultimately means I never, ever, ever recommend people drop their professions. Just level another character. Put it on an alt. You only need like 4 or 5 characters to have the full suite of professions. That is always a much, much better solution than dropping professions. Yeah, Remix is super duper fast for leveling alts. Utilize Remix, you know, to level a few more extra characters would be my play. Okay, so there's not really too much at face value with alchemy. It's more an the interesting aspect of this is going to be playing around with the experimentations, seeing just how much shit do you need to break down. What is this dilution solution? This must be vendor mat, right? Can be purchased from alchemy suppliers through Kazalgar. Okay. So vendor mat plus summon. Vendor map plus summon will give you your core-way catalysts. Extract core-way catalysts from 5 unwanted potions or flasks. Your core-way catalysts then get thrown in with a herb of choice to learn new recipes. This is the big thing though, isn't it? The Mattergy. Take 20 materials, and it seems to be that the materials that you choose to use are going to alter the outcome. Right. In before breaking down 1,000 of every material just to try and get some data out of this. People will be on that, I'm sure. Then, haven't quite figured this shit out. I haven't quite figured the purpose of this, because none of these... Convert gleaming transmutagen into an assortment of random material. You can take 80 of it and turn it into a blasphemite once a day. Or you can take 40 of it and smush it into just random materials. And there's 3 of 3 crafts available. What is all of this guff before used for? How do you get gleaming transmutagen? A remarkable byproduct of performing transmutations. Are you just fishing for procs? Is this entire system just fishing for procs? You take basic shit and you fish for procs of gleaming until you have enough gleaming to do something useful with it. Where do you get this basic stuff from? A mysterious byproduct of performing transmutations. Okay. Beta's not playable for me at the moment. Disconnect if I try do a quest. Now stuck on a character with that name already exists. Gotta re-keybind each time too. Once you've keybinded, do a / reload. That is like, that's the equivalent of like saving your settings. If you do your keybinds and then just go on your merry way and get a disconnect, your settings haven't been saved. Why you'd need to do it every time. You can't proc any of this at all until you've spec'd into the tree. Okay. Alright, well there's definitely stuff to poke around with more so. Test more so with Alchemy. Looks like there's definitely some interesting stuff. That, purely by the fact that it is the producer of Blasphemites, makes it quite interesting. Do quite some testing. Right, let's pick something else then. Let's see if we can slightly quicker move through these.
Looking for something special?
Can't stand REM. Alchemy we've done, Blacksmithing we've done. Let's take a look at Enchanting. Let's just work down the list. So why does Inspiration still exist? Because they haven't taken it away yet.
May the eternal sun shine
Going on here.
upon thee.
Yeah, it's weird. The beta feels like an old alpha build. Don't know why. Okay. Anything new, anything fancy, anything exciting with enchanting then? Ring enchants we start with. Bismuth rod. We start by making our own enchanting tool. Shattering. Shatter a magical essence of Kazamgar to utilize the power within for your enchanting. Pick an item to smush. Spores. Samples. Crystalline powders. Or ley line residue. Receive a temporary boon for your crafting. Okay. Crests again. Surprise, surprise. Refulgent crystals. Stupid words. Refulgent crystals, gleaming shards, and storm dust are our three main materials. I wonder if crystals are going to be big business again at the start. It usually always is. I can't imagine it'll be too different. Because crystals often are only sourced by disenchanting epics. Which, the first few weeks of the first patch are usually very difficult to come by. Also, I've just had a brainwave. They seem to be restricting heroic dungeons until the start of Season 1. Which also in turn means that you won't be able to do Mythic Zeros until the start of Season 1. Which ultimately means no epic gear anywhere. That's historically been the trick to get early crystal. Was to do your Mythic Zeros, then disenchant gear you didn't need or use, or just disenchant all of it. That might not even exist in the War Within. Crystals could be crazy if there's no way to manufacture them artificially. Isn't it only LFG you can enter manually in Heroics? Going by... I'm going by something I randomly saw. Where did I see this? Where did I see this? I don't know where I saw this. Heroic dungeons not available on Dungeon Finder until Season 1 starts. How does that impact... I mean, if that restriction is in place for heroic dungeons, I wonder if you'll still have access to Mythic Zeros from day 1. Or day 3, depending on what restrictions they put. Heroic dungeons are not available in Dungeon Finder until the War Within Season 1 begins. If heroic dungeons are not available in Dungeon Finder, you should still be able to go to the dungeon and select normal, heroic, or mythic zero. You just can't queue for them. Seems like an odd restriction. You got to remember though that heroics are basically mythic zeros now, which maybe that's why we obviously still think of heroic dungeons as being like, you know, dumb level easy stuff. But heroic dungeons are meant to be the equivalent of like Mythic Zeros. Or old school Mythic Zeros. And Mythic Zeros are then your plus 10s. So maybe it's because of that. Which means maybe epics will drop from heroics. Stops people spamming them for gear in week 1. They're going to be... This is actually an interesting question. Are heroics then going to be daily lockout in the first week or so? That'll be a real massive injection of gear for play. Because obviously Mythic Zeros, back at the start of last expansion, right? Back at the start of Dragonflight, Mythic Zeros were a weekly lockout. And it was the only source of like epic gear. If heroics drop epic gear, let's call it pre-raid bis. If your pre-raid bis from heroic dungeons is epic, there'll be lots of crystals. If it's still rare, there'll be no crystals. Okay. Concentration, concentrate. What is this? You use 3% less concentration when concentrating on a craft. It's a finishing reagent. 30 storm dust, 3 gleaming shards, and 5 crystalline powder. I guess that percentage increases with quality, right? 3, 4, and probably 5%. That's going to make those crazy expensive, though. Let's say your storm dust is 10 gold a piece. That's 300 gold. Your gleaming shards are 150 gold a piece. That's another... I know these numbers are probably not balanced yet. And this is guesswork numbers, but 300 gold, 450 gold, 750 gold, plus whatever 5 crystalline powder ends up being cost-wise. 1,000 gold for finishing reagent, so that you use up to 5% less concentration. Woo, sweaty. Mirror powder. Gain 12 multi-craft when crafting consumable items. Oh, well, that's an absolute must. Stacking multi-craft is literally rule 1 of crafting consumables most of the time. If it can proc a bonus one, I want a bonus one. That's the rule there. Had a meeting. Have we looked at fish? No, we have not looked at fishing yet. That said, there is apparently a boatload of different fish. Like I think I counted over 20 different fish or something, so that's going to be interesting to have a look at. We make mana oils again. These profane tinder boxes, I really need to figure out where these come from. Lasts 2 hours. Pretty generous, you know, on the duration of some of these stuff. I've seen 2 hours listed as buff times for a lot of these. Which longer duration stuff like this is a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword because let's say, for example, you're only running a Mythic Plus. Manthysangling.com is available. If they make these expensive because they last 2 hours, it means one person going and doing a Mythic Plus is unlikely to use one and so unlikely to buy one. This is why sometimes cheaper cost but shorter duration is actually a win for crafters. But, you know, 120 minutes is good for people who actually are going to get the full 2 hours use out of it. Oh, poof. They added prospecting to cooking for base food. Somebody likes prospecting, clearly. Somebody at Blizzard who is in charge of professions is clearly a hunter and clearly a Jewelcrafting main. And I swear it's not me. I don't have a secret second life that is actually, I'm not actually a Blizzard employee. I swear. You think if I actually was a Blizzard employee, I would have not given myself alpha access? How can I get into the Warband Bank? Does it only work with the Warband Bank items? I've not looked at the Warband Bank, actually. Is it not just in the regular bank? Got to be in here somewhere, right? Guild Vault. Bank.
Well, spit it out.
Agent Bank. Warband Bank. It's just another tab in the bank. For reference, this interface is changing. Not for the War Within. You know how you can put bags in here. They've already stated that this concept is going to be converted to the same as like this one. Right, it's going to be converted to the same sort of style. You'll have a big thing with tabs. They're converting the bank to the same. Unifying, I guess is the right word. Unifying all of the interface for that sort of stuff. They've also said though that won't be for launch. That will come later. RIP bag sales. It does potentially mean RIP bag sales, but tailors have got a huge amount of new bags to be crafting anyway, apparently. We haven't got to tailoring yet, but from alpha footage, it's there's a lot more coming for tailors in regards to bags, so. How does the warbands work with multiple WoW accounts? Everything under one Battle.net account, everything under a single Battle.net account shares a warband. Is the understanding? Oh, hang on. Where's my professions gone again? No, each WoW license is a warband. Now I don't know. I can't remember. We're not going to be able to properly test warbands that much anyway, because the alpha has because the beta realms are all configured separately and are not connected in any way, shape, or form. Remember the Shadowlands PTR where you were excited for legendaries and now you're searching for something exciting again? We'll find some in for sure. Yeah, beta's available. Beta's up and running now. It's a bit like a newborn Bambi. Not very stable. But it's up. Newborn deer, I should say. Newborn Bambi. Flipping hell. Okay, so we make oils. What else are we doing? Ringing Deep's ingots. Who are you? Yeah. Ringing Deep's ingots. A masterfully forged slab of Algari metal. This also looks like a vendor mat. I wonder if the vendors, if reputation with the different factions is going to play a more important role this time. I wonder if you're going to just straight up need to get various reputation with the different factions to be able to buy these vendor mats, or whether they will be available but then will be much like oh god, Shadowlands legendary material. What was it called? You know, the one that was like we bought billions of them, like quite literally. I wonder if it's going to be that you'll just get a steep discount on them the higher your reputation is. These scream vendor mats to me. Arboreal shards, that's the one. If it were Battle.net based, you wouldn't be able to have more than one account, as it would log you out if you tried to open a second WoW instance. No, that doesn't sound right. You just as like what they've already said with the warband is it's going to work similar to the pet interface in terms of the account that you logged on to first gets access to it. You have to log that account off first for another account to have access to it. That's just an access thing. The warband though is going to be shared across them all. Now I remember how this works. Yes. So one Battle.net account, a Battle.net account which supports 8 WoW accounts potentially. A Battle.net account is going to be your warband. But much like pets, the first account that logs on will have access to it. The others will not have access to it unless that first account logs off. But the warband bank will be shared. It's one warband per Battle.net, but you'll only have access to it at any single point with one account. Is how they've explained it. How much gold do you think we need to save for the War Within launch as a minimum to make gold with the professions? Actually no idea. No idea whatsoever. Historically, leveling with the professions is not so expensive, and especially since we're mostly getting the Dragonflight system carried over, gold in your back pocket didn't really help you all that much. It was all effort based in terms of you needed as many knowledge points as you could possibly get your hands on to get ahead of other players. That was actually how you made gold. There wasn't really that many ways that you could take your gold forward. And if you're short on gold in the first place, your best option is to stick to some gathering, because gathering's still going to be really, really valuable at the beginning, as it always is. And that doesn't cost you anything, that just costs you time. Yeah, WoW 1 all the way through to WoW 8, under one single Battle.net account, will all be the same warband. Yes. Yes. Is the warband also cross-server? Yes. Yeah. Any of your characters in basically the simple way is remove the word account from your brain, and they've just replaced the word account with warband. Basically, your Battle.net account is your warband now. But in terms of things like the bank, the local storage of it, that will only be accessible on one account at any given time. So you can have multiple accounts open. Let's say you play the game on one and you have a separate account on another screen that just sits at the auction house selling stuff. Much like your pet interface, you will only be able to access the bank on the first account that had logged on. It will be locked to any other accounts that are currently logged on until that one account closes down, and then you'll have access to the bank again. I don't know why, but I thought the character select screen would now have characters from all my servers. This is not how it is on beta right now. Yeah, because beta's a completely separate thing. You don't have your retail characters on beta. And like I said, this is why it's not going to be so easy to test things on beta, because the server structure on test platforms, so on PTRs, on betas, on alphas, the server structure is different to how it is on live. Live servers, in that regard, are all connected together. On beta, that's not the case. On PTR, that's not the case. Servers are separate. I know it's going to cause confusion and is going to cause misinformation out there, but there's actually
Let's make sweet
Blizzard did a full post on the warbands, and I think they actually even touched on this. Updul, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. 6-month streak now as well. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciate. I don't have the link to hand, unfortunately, but Blizzard did a good blog post on the warbands. It was quite a lengthy read, mind, but it did actually go into quite some detail, which was good. Let's keep going with Enchanting, though. That's kind of where I was. We got, as is always likely to be the case, we got distracted by a squirrel. Anything fancy that jumps out to me at Enchanting? Other than trying to figure out where some of these materials come from. We're making weapon enchants again. Pretty much the same sort of situation, I'd imagine. You're going to have to spec specifically and very deep into them. We make basic versions. Enchant crafting tool to increase ingenuity by 24. Oh, that's something I hadn't thought of. How are we going to... That might mean early days. This might mean that you switch up your profession tools the further you get into the expansion as well. Whereas today, your profession tools are pretty fixed. Although, saying that, I would usually have 3 different profession tools, so I could have all different combinations available at any point. But you might start off by enchanting your profession tools with ingenuity, maybe, to min-max your concentration. That is assuming you're using concentration frequently enough to run out of it. And that it doesn't recharge so fast that you don't care about it. So you might start off by putting ingenuity enchant on everything. Just to increase your chance for free concentration procs. Then might, later on in the day, switch them out to resourcefulness. Cannot be applied to items lower than level 180. What's the item level of the item? This means this could theoretically be applied to Dragonflight Profession tools as well. Ooh, that's weird. Maybe that'll change. Yeah, I don't imagine I'm going to stumble across too much of any vast interest with enchanting other than dust shards, crystals, random ass material that we need to figure out where it comes from. But for the most part, same old, same old. Writhing sample. Rubian enchantments. Seems to be quite a few different weapon enchants though, rather than like there being like 4 or 5 ones. There seems to be an Arathi weapon selection, a Rubian one, a wider, maybe a slightly wider selection of weapon enchants. Variety is usually good. Cloak braces, cloak braces, cloak braces, rings. Usual stuff, usual stuff. Flipping out, look at all these illusions. Gleeful glamour, blood elf. Don the mask, magically altering your appearance to that of another one of Azeroth's residents. Lasts 20 to 60 minutes based on the quality. I was flipping hundreds of these. You want to look like an earthen without being an earthen? Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Everybody can look like a goblin, look. Don the mask, magically altering your appearance to that of a goblin. Nice. Nice. For when you want to get yourself a little bit of bonus gold, right? The easy solution is you quickly throw on a blood elf costume. Dance on the mailbox for a while. When your mask falls off and you go back to being that hideous hideous I don't know, hideous orc or something. Oh, Pyrrha, who would pick that one? Crazy people, right? What's this? Viridian charm cap. Thrumming with potent telluric magic. There's only 2 words in that sentence I understand. With and magic. Okay. Yeah. There's nothing really super to shout home about. Yeah. Nothing really to scream home about with enchanting. Maybe it will open up and be a touch more interesting when we get into specs and stuff. But same old, same old. You're going to make a few enchants that will probably sell for pennies. Early game, you might be able to spec into weapon enchants. We should probably do a little bit of testing just to check that the rank 3 exploit doesn't exist anymore. Because if they really have copy and pasted, here's to hoping they haven't also copy pasted the exploits. If you know, you know, by the way. One thing I will say is using ashes for skywriting is very cool. That's gonna be a good one, you know. If you don't know, you don't need to know. Is there going to be Artisan's Metal? There's a new version of it, but it doesn't quite work the same. Where is it? There's Artisan's Acuity, which is basically Artisan's Metal 2.0, but it's not used in quite the same way. It's mostly used for making profession tools, and very sparingly in other places. You don't know you get to make 0 gold whilst others exploit early and exploit often. More seriously, it's not smart to advertise exploits online. I know this is a test platform and this is the place to do it, but considering that for a good period of time they existed in retail, it's probably not wise to talk too publicly about exploit. Blizzard doesn't like that. Found anything that works like Insight yet? Yeah, concentration. Concentration is what's in essence meant to replace that. Inspiration is going away, concentration is in its place, which is also why Artisan's Metal doesn't really need to do the Artisan's Metal thing. With the way that they handled Froggers, I think Blizz may reverse the gains this time round. Not a chance. Not a chance. Mostly because I actually believe that they handled Froggers very poorly. There's a bit of, I know we're not playing Remix right now, but it's a bit of a contentious point. But the fact that they reprimanded Froggers for doing something that they also didn't deem to actually be an exploit is a weird thing to do in the first place. Either it was an exploit, and if it was clearly an exploit, then, you know, more severe action should have been taken. The fact that it wasn't considered an exploit, it was just overpowered that they nerfed it, and then slap some form of reprimand on those players for doing something that wasn't considered, like, it's the way they handled Frogs was odd. They seemed to handle Frogs in a way that was a PR move, it feels. So many people were unhappy about Frogs being a thing that they did something to make it look like they were doing something. Weird. Remix seems to be turning into a running speed game. Try to outrun the highest DPS so you can do more. Oh, it always was going to be. It was always going to be. It was fun though. Real fun. Wouldn't this be the best place so they actually have time to fix it before release? Yeah. That's what the report issue button's for. Okay, I'm happy with where we stand with Enchanting. Nothing really too interesting to look at, honestly. Let's, what haven't we done yet? Oh, I'm gonna get cooking out of the way just because it's on the list. Chop up some mycobloom to create an ingredient used in various Kazalgar foods. This will destroy the herb in the process. The amount of chopped mycobloom created is determined by your cooking skill and the reagent quality. Okay, so you smush up some herbs. Or mycobloom actually seems to be a mushroom by the looks of things. Smush up some mushroom. Presumably smush up some fish. Fillet 5 fish to create fillets for making various Kazangar foods. This will destroy the fish in the process. The amount of fresh fillets created is determined by your cooking skill and the rarity of the fish. Yeah, look how many flipping fish there are, look. Whispering Stargazer. Golden gill trout. Spectacular rainbow fish. Quiet river bass. Dornish pike. Roaring angle seeker, Aratha hammerfish, and that's just the uncommon ones. Kaheti slum shark, ale huskfish, sanguine dogfish, spiked sea raven, queen's lurefish, cursed ghoulfish, awoken olacanth, that's not even a word, and then we have the basic Dornish pike and the golden gill trout. Throw the fish back in the water, cleansing the ghoulfish's curse and gaining 5 perception for 15 minutes. That's quite funny. Curses any angler unfortunate enough to reel this in. So you either have to throw it back in and gain perception, or be cursed, whatever that means. Aratha hammerfish. Smack your enemy with the hammerfish and stun it for 1 second. Get fish slapped. Get fish slapped. Love it. Okay. Portion steak. Portion a piece of meat to create ingredients for cooking. What meats do we have? Basically beef. Meaty muscles. Massive worm flank. Warped wing. Bug brisket. Slum shark scraps. Clipped bird wings. And cinder bee bellies. There's like way more fish than there are meats. It's usually the other way around. Spiced meat stock. Splice 1 piece of meat to make an ingredient used. Okay. How do we figure this out then? Hearty meals. Condense 5 of your favorite meals to create a version that is sure to keep you satiated. Hearty meals persist through death and are able to be shared amongst your warband. Meticulous preparation of your favorite meal. Bind to warband. Oh. Rip flavor pockets then. Rip flavor pockets. If you can make them into hearty meals, which persist through death, rip flavor pockets. Also a use for some of your artisan's acuity at some point. Interesting. Just noticed on Inscription that you don't need the PvP mats for the PvP trinkets, so those could still be sold on the auction house. What's more likely is the fact that they just haven't been updated. Ground by somebody with a cooking skill can be bought and sold. Fine egg powder. Cracked weaver shell. Sticky gossamer sack. Jostling ovoid. Suspiciously heavy egg. Don't ask too many questions. Yesterday's eggs are today's delicacy. The hell? Okay, snacks. Once again, no quality floating around on any of this, but Twinned herbs, granulated spices, meaty mussels. Twinned herbs and granulated spices are likely to be vendor mats. Chopped mycobloom, chopped herbs. Need your spiced meat. Fresh fillets, portion steaks. Delver's water skin. Okay. Quick and easy crafting. Using some of your... Does this mean that cooking might be more... You can get fresh fillets from anything. It's gonna be another one of those, isn't it? Are people gonna like beeline to just buy the cheap shit to turn it into their fresh fillets? What's gonna be the optimal? This is one of those things where people will use the PTR. They'll just turn 1,000 basic beef into portion steaks and do the maths on it. Work out what the it also says here the amount of portion steak created is determined by your cooking skills as well, so you probably want to get your cooking skill to 100 and then figure out what is the best value meat to break down into your portion steaks. Muddying the water to easily gamify it for profits. Going to be another one of those if you know situations. If you figure out that one fish breaks down more frequently than others into as a better return, you know, you would theoretically assume that a rarer fish would break down into more fish fillets. It might not be the case. They might all break down in exactly the same way. In that case, you just use the cheapest one. But unless you break down 500 of each one with max cooking skill, you're not going to know. Weird. It is kind of like prospecting, isn't it? That you're going to need to figure out, right, how many fresh fillets and how many portion steaks do I get out of breaking down X, Y, or Z? Do we know if gathering skills have a mounted gathering option again? I haven't seen it firsthand, but I have heard through the grapevine that yes, you can spec into gathering whilst mounted. It's not baseline, it's not default, that you do have to spec into it. Hey, a chippy tea. Who doesn't love a chippy tea? Team UK represent with a chippy tea. Conceptually though, this seems to just kind of be the same sort of stuff, doesn't it, really? It's all... You make your portion steaks. Throw a few other things at it sometimes. What's rib stickers? Why are these rare? Health buff. Health buff. Agi. Strength. Intellect. It's another one of those, isn't it, where in theory you could do this yourself, but I very quickly suspect that most people won't bother with cooking and they'll still just buy off the auction house. This is one of the reasons why I think that gathering should have gone baseline a long time ago. I think herbalism, mining, skinning should be almost like secondary professions. They could still be picked up as primary professions and allow you to do more with them. But I think anybody should be able to run past a herb and pick it up. And cooking is a prime example of showing that cooking proves that just because people have the option to do something doesn't mean that people do. a lot of people's counter argument for gathering going baseline is that, well, if everybody can gather, then nothing will be worth anything. But that's not true, because food is still worth something. Everybody can have cooking, but look at how many people don't bother. They just buy the food off the auction house. So I think gathering, herbalism, mining, skinning, I've been advocating for this for years, but I think they should be baseline professions that everybody should have access to. Gathering should just be like, you know, cooking, fishing, archaeology, gathering, right? It should be something that you can spec into. You can only do very basic. You can walk past a herb and you can pick up a herb. You can't overload the herb. If you want to start overloading herbs and getting the bonuses from herbalism, then you might need to take herbalism as a main profession. But you should be able to walk past a flower and yoink it out the floor, you know? Will I have a YouTube video about your opinion on the war within profession changes? There will be many, my friend. There will be many. I plan for 3 videos per profession between now and the launch. A first look video, just covering the absolute bare bone basics, just hopefully quick blast through. This is what's going on with X, Y, and Z profession. Look out for this. Obviously, we can do those quite early in the beta because first looks is just a feel for what's going on, right? Then once time has passed a little bit and maybe some of the professions are getting to the point where they look kind of final and look sort of finished, then we can do the deep dives where we can go through everything that a profession has and try and break it down in as much detail. And then closer to the launch, we can actually then start doing like this profession guide, right? What is the shit you should be doing with this profession and how it works? So yeah, there will be many, my friend, don't you worry. Some in for everybody. How long does it take to get beta access after opting in? Well, opting in doesn't guarantee you anything. The only way to guarantee yourself access to the beta is to pre-order the Epic Edition. You could opt in and not get in. That is entirely feasible. Are there cross-realm work orders in the War Within? I don't believe work orders are going cross-realm. Cross-realm guilds, I think they've mentioned this somewhere. Cross-realm guilds will allow for anybody. So guild orders are going to kind of be cross-realm because we're going to get cross-realm guilds. And they want to make it so that anybody in your guild can craft for anybody else in your guild. But I don't think they're doing fully realm-wide work orders. We have NPC work orders. You can see that we're going to get NPC work orders. It doesn't work, but we're going to get NPC work orders, meaning that presumably once a day or something, an NPC will give you an order that you can go in and fill as a way to slowly level up your professions, quote unquote, for free. That's about as close as I think we're going to get. Do you know anything about the professions and the rep in the first 3 days? I suspect there probably won't be any restrictions on professions. I can't imagine there'll be many restrictions on reputation. The only thing they've said is that they will limit significant player power gains in those first 3 days, so we're not going to get access to like I'm not even sure things like world quests and things are going to pop up in the first few days. I think it's going to be predominantly designed for people to level with, but people do their own thing. I can't see the NPC for the profession skilling. Do I need to do something for? You need to be on the right realm. This goes to 11 realm is the level 80. Level 80 pre-made profession role. Is there anything I've missed with cooking then, other than it's just going to be a little bit of it's a mini prospecting game to begin with. Beasts are a thing again. Jester's board. One goes into another, goes into another. Jester's board is made with simple stews. Simple stews are... Where's simple stew? Apologies if your name is Stew. Your name's Stew, I apologise. I'm not calling you simple. Simple stew is made with some spiced meat stocks. You then take your simple stews and you make it into jester's boards. Your jester's boards then go into making... Jester's boards then go into making the big one. One into another, into another, into another. Stack your multi-craft to the hills. Sushi special. Increases movement speed by 20% while in the City of Threads. Melted candle bar. What's the harm in trying? What? Okay. Need to craft some of this. Find out what everyone does. Rock slide shake. This isn't blended at all. Perfect earthen treat for a hot day in Kazangar. Rock slide shake. It sounds like it's got stones in it. Cinderbee honey from the cave networks above is a delicacy for young Nerubian. Be a kid again? Blinded by the tasty pocket tart. Okay. Everything... I've given myself hiccups somehow. Everything on a stick. Well fed. Gain the stats equivalent to a random Kazangar meal. Okay. How does this work then? What? Learn it from a vendor in the City of Threads. Requires 1,500 something. What's that 1,500 something? What's that symbol? You can take Corway kebabs... Smush them down to make everything's on sticks. Ah. Sure. Okay. Fishing skill. Yeah, boy. Oh, that's that goldfish thing. Paired goldfish. Heal and resurrect all your battle pets to 100% health. Ah, that's handy. Pumped flour, that sounds like a vendor mat. Little buddy biscuits. Pet battlers rejoice. Do you think having a dark iron dwarf specifically for blacksmithing that has the +5 racial skill to craft bind on pick up epic crafts is worth it? Racials I don't think are going to be anywhere near as impactful in the new expansion. Racials were only super valuable to have because it pushed people closer to guaranteeing stuff that they wouldn't normally be able to get to. They pushed players into hidden skill values. Hidden skill value has mostly gone away, which also means that the profession racials are realistically back to what they were designed to do, which is give you a small bump whilst you're actually leveling. They were designed, obviously, to initially allow you to learn a pattern, 5 skills before you normally would be able to. That's about the only sort of advantage I think racials are going to have in the next expansion. Has there been any maths done on concentration yet? Each recipe seems to use a varying amount of it. Not by me, and even people in... The only person I think that might have done anything like that is Zanzaful, but I'm not sure if even he has, because he probably knows better than to do that just yet, because all of the values are very subject to change. Inspiration is still in this build as well, which is odd. That's something we'll get to in a few weeks' time. Once we've had a few more beta builds and things are a little bit more stable and a little bit closer to like feeling complete, then we can sort of figure that sort of stuff out. If you can save 5 concentration on every craft, racials could be very strong. Well, it does depend exactly how concentration works, but when you have 500 of it, 5 is unlikely to make a huge difference. It might be helpful, but I'm already thinking that concentration isn't going to be the limitation that I think it probably should be. I'm already... Because they actually increased the regeneration rate of concentration quite late in the alpha, only a couple of weeks ago. Meaning I'm still not convinced that we're going to really need to min-max this anywhere near as much. If we do need to min-max this to get to really extract maximum potential out of our professions, yes, saving 5 per craft could definitely help. But I'm, you know, when you're in the situation where you could be using 5 out of like a big number, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's early days. I'm just not convinced that the racials... They made the mistake of the racials accidentally being overpowered in Dragonflight. I'm quite sure that would be something on their list of to make sure that isn't a thing next time round. You would hope, at least. I also have the suspicion that we're going to be able to hit breakpoints much easier this time round. I don't think we're going to be cucked by getting like 95% of the way there and not being able to cross the finish line. I think they're more likely to say, right, you can actually just, you know, with enough skill points, you can actually hit rank 3 and just guarantee it, and then not use any concentration. Bad XO with a prime, thank you very much, I appreciate that. 4 months now, thank you, thank you. Yeah, hidden skill bonus is going away for the most part. From what people have seen via testing on the alpha, the hidden skill bonus doesn't exist. Which is good, because I don't think it should have been a thing in the first place. It was very sneaky to have a completely hidden plus or minus 5% flipping modifier. That didn't seem particularly fair. Alright, we've not got... okay, we've not got too many more to go through. Alchemy, blacksmithing we've done. Cooking we've had a look at. Enchanting we've done. Engineering, I guess we should probably have a look at. Or tailoring, you're going to get left to last because you're at the bottom of the list. Let's have a little look at engineering then. Have they done much for this?
We shall meet again.
Scour through some scrap. If that's not Jack, I don't know who that is. Scour through 5 scrap in search of usable parts and forgotten prototypes. Okay. Piles of rusted scrap. Cool. Alright. That's not Jack, he just said it. How do you know that's what he said? Budumch. Inventing. Channel your genius to create a new prototype. Even great minds need to take breaks. Thus, you can only invent periodically. Take a pile of rusted scrap and invent something. Oh, they definitely liked the discovery system, didn't they? There was hidden discovery systems built into certain crafts in engineering in Dragonflight. It seems to be now that they're broadening the horizons, maybe, and giving you a discovery system for most everything. We still learn some stuff. Okay, yeah. Engineering is once again very discovery based, which makes sense. It fits the theme. You tinker with a bunch of stuff. You put a gizmo on a doodad, and you see what you make. Pilfer through parts. Pilfer through 5 spare parts in search for usable scrap. Null stones again. Entropy enhancer. Intermediate material. Must be the big one because it uses a null stone. They're in theory rare. Let's start at the bottom. Handful of bismuth bolts. You take bismuth, you make bismuth bolts. Whimsical wiring. Is your copper coil things again. Gyrating gears. I suspect all of these are placeholder. Quirite and Iron Claw ore goes into making safety switches. Bottled Brilliance. Increase the chance to gain a skill point by 75%. Well, that's a fun finishing reagent. Increase the chance to gain a skill point by 75%. I wonder how useful they're going to be. I guess it depends on how aggressively they limit our ability to get to skill 100. There was something similar actually to this in Dragonflight that nobody ever used. Especially since when you're leveling up, you try and prioritize doing things that guarantee you a skill up anyway. If something's gone yellow, something's got a yellow arrow and only has a chance of giving you a skill up, you usually just don't craft it unless you absolutely have to. But that's cool. Ley line residue, crystalline powder, sure. Chaos circuit. Another random intermediate. I'm sure all of these are going to be used in all of these. Gyrating gears, whimsical wirings, handfuls of bolts, pile of rusted scrap. And then entropy enhancers. A blame redirection device. Provides the following property. Whenever the tinker slotted within this device malfunctions, there are a high chance to reflect the consequences to the nearest enemy player. Okay. I'm sure there's some interesting uses for that. Most of them feel as if they could be very memey. I like that. Complicated fuse box. When the tinker slotted in this device malfunctions, a fuse is flipped to prevent the hazardous outcome. Recalibrated safety switch. Reduces the likelihood of this device's tinker malfunctioning by 15%. Does not stack with similar specialization bonuses. Your goggles and your braces. Where are the goggles and the braces? Select a safety component. Infuse it with power. Amplify its secondary stats. Yeah, it's going to be the safety component that you put in there then. So your braces are going to have the tinker sockets. You get to choose which tinker you put in there. I like. A bunch of embellishments. I'm mostly just looking to see if there's any weird and wacky sort of materials and stuff that jumps out at me here. The fact that most of it seems to be a discovery system again. With engineering. Engineering still has this sort of general perception that it's just dead for gold making. But I actually think in Dragonflight it probably wasn't that bad, you know. If you knew what you were doing about making these intermediates and really understood what your prices were and would stack multi-craft and resourcefulness and do it properly, I think you could probably actually make a killing on the end on some of the end products here. About most Dragonflight. It's just that if you were to just straight up open craft sim, it would probably tell you it's negative profit. But if you were to do all the intermediate crafting and take into consideration the stacking resourcefulness bonuses, especially by the time you've converted something 3 times, I'm pretty sure engineering was a bit of a sleeper profession. Yeah, there's the mount as well, isn't there? I know we'll get to that. So, bunch of braces, bunch of goggles again. Do any of them do anything funky? Craftable of being worn and properly utilized even by those who are otherwise intimidated by engineering. Wearing wrist wraps. Bunch of profession equipment. They're going to be good for profession equipment again. Reagents, pile of rusted scrap. It's a bind on pickup reagent. How's that going to work with work orders? That means... how's that going to work with work orders? Because in this scenario, a Jewelcrafter cannot stroll along and place a work order for these because they are unlikely, unless they also have engineering, and then begs the question, why are they putting a work order in? The cost of this is always going to be okay. So this maybe some semi-smart way of making it so that engineers always get to charge for their profession tools, because they are always going to be responsible for providing the rusted scrap, assuming that these materials are here deliberately and it's not just an early beta thing. That means an engineer is going to kind of quite quickly need to try and put a value to their piles of scrap, so they know when it's worth and when it's not worth, based upon the tip/commission that's being offered on the work order for these. And it's dead again. And it's dead. Engineering's been my best money-making profession in Dragonflight. I like the stability of it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more to engineering than most people give it credit for, gold-making wise. Just because of that really long-standing mindset that it's just dead for gold making. All of the intermediates. Admittedly, you're mostly selling those intermediates to... You're mostly selling the intermediates to potentially other engineers, which is a problem. But then again, anybody that wants a crafted piece of gear from engineers is likely to buy them all the same. So, anybody know when they'll fix character copy? No clue. Oh dear, is it like properly dead? Go on, Blizz, let me in. Alright, I'll take the opportunity to go for a pee. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Where do we get to? Well, at least we seem to be back in. We're in, at least. Definitely a bonus.
What brings you here?
Let's make sure we finish off engineering properly.
In peace.
Invent has a 3-day cooldown? Whoa, hold up. Does it really? Take 75 rusted scrap and invent something. Sheesh. Profession equipment, explosives, boxo booms. This schematic can only be crafted once a day. Obtain an assortment of Kazongar bombs. This wasn't, there was something similar in Dragonflight, but it wasn't really useful. Are the bombs better this time? Potion bomb of power. Heard something about them giving buffs. Throw a potion bomb which splashes up to 5 allies caught in the blast with a potion that increases their primary stat by 800 for 30 seconds. Oh god. Enemies caught in the blast suffer 45,000 fire damage split between them. Oh god. Is this going to be all stack on this mark for pre-pull power bombs? Is that going to be a thing? Oh, it's for up to 5 allies caught in the blast. Is this going to be a Mythic Plus thing? Everybody stand here and somebody throw a bomb at us. For like a pre-pull on a... Oh dear. That's interesting. I wonder what the radius is of that. Because you know full well you'll hit 3 people and flipping Billy will be standing just outside and be like, oh, I didn't get my buff. Okay. Power bomb of recovery. Increases healing received by 5 to 10% based on crafting quality for 12 seconds. Enemy caught in the blast suffer fire damage. These are also not restricted to engineers either. This is entirely a new buff system. With a burst of 10 to 15% movement speed. 5-minute cooldown. Are these... I wonder if these are going to trigger the same potion cooldown. If these operate on the same potion cooldown, not only are they massively open to trolling, right? Like, so just before somebody pre-pots, you troll them by throwing a bomb of speed on that puts their potion cooldown up, triggers their potion cooldown. That could be. Maybe it's just the meme half of my brain thinking there, but you know, there's that sweaty DPS in your group that has to be top of the DPS and will pre-pot in normal dungeons. You just quickly throw a bomb of speed on them, trigger their potion cooldown. Should each alt only focus on one profession? Not really. Smart move is to focus on 2. Yeah, there's not strictly any reason to just focus on 1. Okay. Potions looks fun then. Devices. Here's the mountlet. Proud Pummeler 230. This thing, look. That looks cool. Apart from my little goblin. My little goblin can't see over, look. Oh no, poor fella. He needs a booster seat. Little goblin needs a booster seat. It's a very cool mount though. It's a bit too Sky Golem-y for my liking, but it's a very cool mount. As long as it doesn't fucking sway like the Sky Golem. Oh dear God, if it sways. I want it to be like proper Iron Man, just go in for it. These are not finalized numbers, by the way. They're probably almost deliberately keeping the mats for this wrong till the last minute. Discovered by inventing, prototyping, and notes. Whatever that means. Convincingly realistic jumper cables. Bring a dead ally back to life, potentially. Irreversible red button. It will attempt to resurrect all nearby allies at the end of combat. Well, that's quite clever. Must be deployed prior to combat. Lasts for 1 hour or until activation. I quite like that. That's actually quite funny. If you're used to wiping and the run back is just painful, drop one of these down just before you wipe, slam the button, resurrect everybody at the end of combat. Deploy a pausing pylon that will disrupt the natural metabolic process of players standing nearby, halting the expiration of Kazalgar flasks, vials, and well-fed effects. Pylon is extremely fragile and will detonate in the presence of violence. How the flipping hell does that work then? Halting the expiration of Kazalgar flasks, vials, and well-fed effects. Okay. Little repair bot. Nice. Portable profession possibility projector. Summon a possibility projector configured to satisfy the needs of crafting tables. Only one workbench can be displayed at a time. Can only be changed by the engineer. Oh god, does that mean we've got crafting tables again? I don't like crafting tables, Blizzard. I never liked crafting tables. Okay, we got crafting tables again. When you take a 30-minute break, your flasks don't expire. I guess it makes sense. Everybody's going for a smoke break. Deploy a dangerous barrel of fireworks for 5 minutes so you and your friends can violently illuminate the night sky. Other players can opt into seeing the fireworks by attacking the barrel. Cooldown reduced during drunken goblin revelries? Eh? Okay, we have to test that. I was in a guild once that took a 45-minute break in the middle of raid for people to make dinner. That was funny after coming from a guild that barely did 5-minute piss breaks. I shit you not. In most raids, if you let people go for a 45-minute break to make dinner, 30% of them just wouldn't return. Surely. So testing some blacksmithing, if you're fully spec'd into, for example, a weapon and 100 out of 100 in blacksmithing skill, it's only taking 1 concentration to get a max quality. This is without the profession tools, since they're bugged at the moment. Yeah, I very much suspect that you will ultimately end up zero shits about concentration. The design of concentration, I think, is to matter initially a lot, and then the more time you devote to your professions, the more skilled you become, the less you need to concentrate on what you're doing. And I'm hoping that the eventuality is that you just don't care about concentration. I can't express how much I dislike WoW players' habit to revive and run back. It irritates me so much as a healer and an engineer. WoW's the only game when people are releasing during a fight or after the fight, for that matter. What does it matter? I'm confused. Why would somebody reviving and running back be annoying? Doesn't that mean that there's less for you to do? That's a recent thing though. For the first 19 years of the game, we've practically been yelling at players for being lazy and not running back. Oh, the fact that you actually have more downtime if people do run back. Okay. Rather than just rezzing everybody in one go. Fair. Embrace your inner photographer. No thanks. Wormhole is back. Allow you to quickly travel to random locations in Kazalgar. Well, wormhole. 30-minute cooldown again, though. Better than the 2-hour cooldown. Stonebound lantern. Place a lantern to illuminate your surroundings and calm your spirits. The heat is just strong enough to allow for cooking. Oh, clever. Okay. Works as a cooking fire as well. Some tinkers. Tinker module. Summon an earthen delivery drill to dig for an assortment of battleground buffs. Okay. What are... Huh? Okay. Oh, so all of the braces... Is this a thing in retail? This isn't a thing in retail, is it? If it is, I've completely missed a trick with this. Were engineers responsible for all of the PvP braces? They weren't, were they? Okay. Well, they're responsible for all the PvP braces for all the different specs, apparently. And even a rifle. PvP rifle. Yeah, I'm still not entirely sure quite how I feel about all the PvP gear being moved onto work orders as well. Because that now really makes practically nothing gear-wise that you're going to craft and put on the auction house that's in any way linked to player power. Profession tools, basic ass profession tools will still be crafted and go on your auction house, but everything else is now going to be work orders. They're leaning even further into work orders, even with the PvP gear. I personally don't know how I feel about that. I also don't know how other people are going to feel about that. Some people liked the PvP. You know, they were holding on to that one quite strong. They were holding on to that one quite strongly. That's the sort of one of the last final things that they could just collect the patterns for, craft for, sell for, craft a few, sort of thing. Does the repair bot need engineering to be used? Repair bot. Requires Kazalgar engineering, yes. It requires you to deploy it, I believe. I don't think it's bind on pickup as well anyway, so the engineer is going to have to deploy it. You're still going to be looking for an engineer. $130 ingenuity equals 13% chance. By the way, okay, so it's a 10-to-1. 10-to-1. That means 15 ingenuity, for example, is only actually like a 1.5% chance. That's never happening, is it? I think I'm just not going to be crafting at all. The reason I asked, should I focus on one profession, is because I read that you have a limited knowledge points each week, so you should focus on one profession to max it ASAP. No, each profession, knowledge acquisition is limited per profession, not per player. There's usually 10 to 12 knowledge points that you can go out and get. Or this is how it's worked in Dragonflight for reference. There's usually been 10 to 12 knowledge points that you can obtain, and those knowledge points are exclusive to that profession. So if you have 2 professions, you gain. You can go and get the knowledge points for each profession. There's no. It's not a per character thing. It's a per profession thing. But yes, knowledge points in Dragonflight were heavily time gated. There was various one-time knowledge point sources. But once you've picked it up, you've got it. But then from that point on, it was like weekly quests, 10 to 15 knowledge points a week. You miss a week, you're just behind. Okay, well, obviously engineering making this is probably the coolest thing to talk about. These potion bombs are an interesting mechanic. I wonder how these are going to play out. What the player base is going to feel about these. I imagine these are just going to be nothing more than a frustration for some people, right? Having to have everybody stacked and to drop a potion on everybody just before pull to get a buff, like feels like something that maybe only the sweatiest of sweats will actually bother with. If you're pushing super high Mythic Plus keys, then maybe you'll pre-pop power bombs, but like, I don't think general groups are going to care about this. And the fact that it's only for 5 players kind of makes me think that it might not necessarily be much of a raid thing either. I don't know. We'll see how those end up. See how people take to those. 800 main stat does sound kind of juicy though. How much main stat do I theoretically have? Oh. I have 40k main stat. At level 80, 571. I've got 40k main stat. And I get 800 main stat. What's that, like 2%? It's like a 2% DPS increase for 30 seconds. We'll see. Crowd Pummeler Mount is behind Discovery RNG. 3 different Discovery systems here. Well, it's listing inventing, prototyping, and notes. So I presume that's these 3, right? Disassemble invention. You invent something. Hang on. You invent something. You take a pile of scrap, you invent something. Channel your genius to create a new prototype. Even great minds need to take breaks. Thus, you can only invent periodically. Then you potentially disassemble the prototype and take notes of its intricacies. You can later study these notes to learn recipes. And I assume there's something further in specializations that we don't see here right now. Rummage through scrap to find parts, forgotten prototypes, and more. Yeah, what it doesn't seem to indicate to me is where do you get the scrap in the first place from? Where do you get piles of rusted scrap from? I guess it's the ever-burning ignition craft seems to be a 1-hour cooldown. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, okay. There's some things to look at further with engineering then. I'm trying to give some airtime to each profession today, if that's the plan at least. So let's got a few more we need to have a look at. We're obviously not going to do the gathering ones today. I can agree with that. But let's Inscription. We've got Inscription and Tailoring still to go. Have a little look at Inscription then.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Crush 10 Kazalgar herbs to create pigments for making inks. We'll destroy the herbs in the process. What's this one? Rainbow fish? Huh, okay. It's going to be a flipping fish we can mill again. Sure. What inks do we make then? We get lure drop pigments, nacreous pigment, going with nacreous, blossom pigment, orbid pigment, nacreous pigment, lure drop pigment. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 different variations. Basic ink, shadow ink. Lure drop pigment might be... this doesn't seem to make any sense. Maybe these are still very placeholder. We then take shadow... So is there only 2 inks? They've dropped an ink. Wonder how milling's gonna work then. Boundless ciphers clearly goes into other stuff. Codified greenwood clearly goes into other stuff. Taking both inks and basic herbs. Aratha's spear. Lure drop, Orbinid, Blessing Blossom. Oh, look! You don't ever mill Aratha's spear. You only use Aratha's spear by itself. You don't ever mill it. Well, that's an interesting twist. We've not really had that before. Usually you can mill everything. Unless I've just missed something completely. No, you never seem to mill Aratha's spear. Okay. But it is used in crafts by itself. What are these mysteries? Transcribe essence from your other Kazalgar Dark Moon cards into cards of evolution. Transcribe to evolution, radiance, symbiosis, vivacity. They're the 4 deck types. This is just the break the cards down business again, isn't it? That was actually dog shit previously. They're doing this sigil business again. Nobody gave 2 shits about this in Dragonflight, I don't think. We didn't mill anchorweed in BFA. Did we not? I'm pretty sure you could. It just was very, very rarely right thing to do. I'm pretty sure anchorweed was always way too expensive to mill it in the first place. But it was still millable. Why does the beta allow you to make a time runner for Pandaria Remix? Oh. Give it a go. See what happens. Give it a go. There was only one good sigil, and that was the one that allowed you to leave the ace on top. The trinkets themselves were pretty meh. Yeah, I remember this fell flat on its face. We devoted a lot of time in the Oh no, hang on, this is different. This allows you to imbue the Dark Moon trinket buff on any piece of gear of your choosing. This is different. This means you can take advantage of whatever the Dark Moon buffs are, but instead of using it as a trinket, you turn it into a sigil, which is then an optional crafting reagency, meaning you can throw it on anything, right? Imbue your crafted equipment with the power of the Dark Moon deck evolution. Embellish 2. But that's quite a sizable change. That's not sigils in the same way as we had sigils previously. Sigils were an optional reagent when making your Dark Moon deck. You still had to use the Dark Moon deck. This now means that you can buy your Dark Moon deck trinket, turn it into a sigil, which is in essence an optional crafting reagent, or any piece of gear you want to use it on. So as long as the procs are good, gain evolution every second, 8 seconds spent in combat. Evolution grants something of a random secondary stat for 15 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Been watching the footage from about an hour ago regarding the cubic blasphemer gem. It's a joke referring to cubic zirconia, e.g. fake jewelry. Oh, it's the it's just the stamina only one. Okay. Oh, I see. Right, I'm with you now. Oh, that's actually quite funny. It completely went over my head, but yeah, okay, I see. Okay, well that could have an interesting twist on the Dark Moon deck scenario. You can either use the trinket as a trinket, or you can steal its effect, turn it into an embellishment that you can then put on someone else. Okay. Simply goes to question then, are any of the abilities any good? Stacking secondary stats. Damage dealing spells and abilities have the chance to ignite your target with radiant focus. After dealing 40,000 damage to the target, the focused energies ignite you with radiance, granting between 602 and 1204 of your highest secondary stat based on the damage that you dealt. Symbiosis is every 10, presumably that's meant to say seconds, every 10 in combat, take 1% of your maximum health nature damage and gain a stack of symbiosis, granting 531 verse for 20 seconds. Backs up to 5 times. Your damaging spells and abilities have the chance to grant vivaciousness, increasing secondary stats by a bunch and speed or avoidance by a bunch based on the school it was activated from. Sure. Okay. Scribes make you weapons again. No surprises there. Sparks required. That's clearly broken. There's no reason a 545 would need a spark, but sure. Clearly broken. Placeholder. Contracts. Assembly of the deeps. Doesn't actually say what these do yet. Contracts is going to be an interesting one, actually, considering it's all going to be account-wide this time. They sound better than what we had in Dragonflight, but it's kind of hard to say at this stage. Yeah, if you can... The reason I think the Darkmoon trinkets didn't do very well is because there was better trinkets, to put it simply. But if you can take the power of that trinket and use it as a embellishment somewhere else, it might still be worth to use it somewhere else, because then you can use your trinket of choice, but then it's competing with your 2 embellishments, so it still needs to be reasonably good. And arguably, if it's good enough to compete with your 2 embellishments in the first place, it's probably good enough to be used as a trinket. So that could be very that could go either way. Max went through all of the raid trinkets the other day. A bunch of them are especially good, so the Darkmoon trinkets are going to have tough competition. Okay. I would be very surprised if they're all even remotely balanced yet, though. It was the I couldn't get a trinket to drop option, which was mostly negated by the vault. That's true. The interesting thing about Darkmoon cards, right? Whilst it was always nice to make fat stacks off them, you know, patch 0, your consistent and reliable clientele or Darkmoon trinkets has always been alts, right? That's the reason you would consistently sell Darkmoon trinkets throughout the entire expansion. It's a high item level BOE trinket. Done, right? You level an alt, you ding max level on an alt. Many players would go to the auction house, buy a Darkmoon trinket. Probably not BIS, probably not best in slot. As long as they were never stupid expensive, you would still very consistently sell them. And by the looks of things, they're still going to be 577 BOEs. Which is, you know, week 1 pre-raid BIS, maybe? You know? Who knows? A huge amount of missives, once again, doing all the same thing as before. Nothing really changes with missives. We've got crafting missives again. They've implemented a missive of inspiration, which will have its name changed because it says missive of ingenuity over here, but it says inspiration over here. Multi-craft wands, perception, resourcefulness. Missives do missive things. Fashion equipment. Still all the same things. They're making the books again. Study to increase your Dragon Isle's alchemy knowledge by 1. Whoops. They haven't changed the text on those either yet. Inscription feels very early. It doesn't seem like they've done any pass on anything here. It seems like they've copy-pasted and changed a few bits of text here and there, but they haven't really done much of anything with Inscription. Mantis Rune again. Competitors' crafts. Oh, PvP shit again. Okay. PvP stuff. Yeah, this one has the competitor's heraldry attached to it. Because they probably copy-pasted that from something in blacksmithing. These ones, they didn't copy-paste properly. Okay. Yeah, Inscription, still very early days. And also, seemingly very underwhelming this time. Actually, that said, where is the thing that allows you to make Darkmoon cards? There's not even a... Yeah, Inscription is still basically not there yet. Unless scribes don't make Darkmoon cards anymore. That could entirely be a thing. There's not a recipe to make Darkmoon cards anywhere. But maybe they just don't. Maybe Darkmoon cards are going to be flipping fishing or world drops again. Transcribe to evolution. Transcribe essence from your Darkmoon cards. Archival editions. Yeah, Inscription feels very early. Very early, very underloved. Not a lot to say about Inscription just yet. Right, let's get tailoring. Have a little look at tailoring.
Peace, friend.
No, not skin.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Maybe Darkmoon cards will be work orders as well. Most likely, but there would still be a recipe in the profession thing, even if they were. It just straight up looks like they're not implemented yet, or they're designed to just be world drops or something. There's no cosmetic crafts yet, right? If so, well, yeah. Obviously, in Dragonflight, scribes are responsible for all of the dragon riding cosmetic appearances and stuff, which is unlikely to be a thing in the next expansion. I wonder if they choose to replace it with something though. I don't particularly like clicking on random links without any understanding of what the link even is. Just a rule of mine.
I've been expecting you. Go in peace.
It's fine, I checked. You lot have got the malware as well then, it's fine. Oh, yeah, level 20 priest. Yeah, I saw that on Reddit. Okay. Still got unraveling on tailoring by the looks of things. Same scenario again. We take shredded weaver cloth, dusk weave scraps, dawn weave scraps, or weaver cloth, and we can unravel it. We unravel it, presumably 2 spools of Wildeth thread, I guess. A worn cloth sourced by tailors from humanoids throughout Khazalgar. Shadow infused cloth sourced by tailors from humanoids throughout Khazalgar. A light infused cloth sourced by tailors. The fact that it says sourced by tailors, does it say that on the cloths in retail right now? Because everybody can pick up cloth in retail. And I've wondered for years why everybody can pick up cloth, but they can't pick up a herb. Can't pick up a flower, but you can strip somebody of their cloth. I know this is semantics, but I'm just wondering if they're going to restrict cloth gathering to tailors as well. Find out. I don't think Blizz is done with the craftable mount bits and bobs. Yeah, that's a good point actually. There's meant to be a lot to do with that doesn't seem to appear anywhere yet. Exquisite weaver cloth bolt. This just seems to be default bolt. We take weaver cloth bolt, spool of weaver thread, and a weaver cloth bolt goes into making a weaver cloth bolt. Okay. Tailoring is still very early days too. Tailoring is still very early days. You take a bolt and make a bolt. Sure, that's logical. Duskweave bolts. We have Duskweave and Dawnweave, which are going to be our two endgame epic crafts again. Here's to hoping this isn't bugged. Bracers. Regular spark gear again. More spark gear, more spark gear, more spark gear. Here's our standard gear. BOE blues. Leveling blues for the most part. We have the endgame gear. Spark gear. Finishing reagent. Artisan's authenticity. Wonder what that does. While above 80% health, gain crit. Simple. While above 80% haste, gain verse. Also very simple. Numbers matter. Polishing cloths. Multi-craft yields 2% more when crafting consumable items as a finishing reagent. Polishing cloth still could be useful then for mass crafting stuff maybe. Feels more like alpha than beta for professions so far. Professions always have this problem, right? Even in Dragonflight when it was like almost front and center, right? A full profession revamp. It still felt that like professions were very low priority. I mean, the work order system wasn't implemented on the beta until we had pre-patch. Let that sink in, right? We had pre-patch for Dragonflight. It was about 2 weeks before the game actually went live, and we still didn't have a testable version of the work order system. And then it magically turned up one day, was completely dog shit, and went live that way. So it's clearly not a high priority. Hot multi-craft on the rare daily cloths. You're going to use your polishing cloths for sure. Gritty polishing cloth. You refund an additional amount of resourcefulness. You gain 10 multi-craft when crafting consumables. Gain 12 resourcefulness when crafting jewel crafting goods specifically. Okay. Has profession equipment had requires Dragon Isles tailoring 40? That doesn't make sense, does it? But excluding the fact that it says Dragon Isles tailoring, did the profession equipment ever have a profession requirement, a skill requirement to use? I don't think it ever did it? Not that it mattered, because the first thing you do with the profession is level it up to 50 anyway, but yeah, things are looking very early days on tailoring as well. Numbers are all over the place here. They make spell threads again. Apply Daybreak spell thread to your legs, permanently increasing its int by 249. Increasing mana by 3%. 249 int and 295 stam. By 159. There's your cheap version. No reagents configured yet though. Here's all the bags though. Ignore the fact that the reagents are going to be guff on all of them, but you can see what the new bags are going to be. Increases the chance Algaria experimentations discover a new recipe by 1%. So dependent on how quickly tailors can get these, tailors might have a lot of demand for these bags early days, as every man and their dog playing with their professions is likely to not only have a understanding of what tools and accessories they need, crafters are also going to want a very specific bag that synergizes with their professions as well. What I would sort of expect Blizzard to do in very Blizzard fashion is to somewhat time gate tailors from getting these, maybe by hiding them at the back of a rep grind or something that they can control how quickly people will get them, so that they don't strictly affect like the first week or so, maybe, but who knows. But every profession seems to have its own unique bag now, which is cool. So whichever two professions you have, what does my jewel crafting and what does my leatherworking sack do? Oh, that even seems to be a generic one. Ever-burning ignition grants an additional 10 ingenuity. Oh, that's not generic, is it? That's blacksmithing. Ever-burning in ignition. Jeweler's Purse increases the maximum yield of crushed gemstones from Algari crushing by 1. So if you're prospecting and you're jewel crafter, you're going to want your Jeweler's Purse. Maybe I should go through all of them. Algari experimentations by 1% for alchemists. Transcribing a Khazalgar Darkmoon card has a 5% chance to create another. See, there we go. It says transcribing 1, but transcribe an evolution card seems to have the salvage interface attached to it right now, which doesn't make sense. So this doesn't even seem to be a system that's like correctly even implemented yet for this. They'll end up selling crazy for years, probably, if Hexweave bags or anything. What, just because they're epic? Yeah. The logic that goes into bags is crazy. Just because it's epic, people are like, yeah, fuck me, I'll take it. Cooldown of overload empowered deposit is reduced by an additional 1% when mining. That seems to be an indication that overloading is a thing still. Magically infinite messenger. The amount of resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multicraft providing by Shatter Essence is increased by 1. That's an enchanting bag. Prodigy Toolbox. Increases the yield of Algari scrap from most sources by 1. Your engineers. Yeah, they're all over these are all over the place still. This requires engineering 25, whilst the rest of them only require like profession level 1. This doesn't even have a profession requirement on it, but is very clearly for blacksmithing. Mining 1, inscription 25, alchemy 25. Why does enchanting get it at level 1? They're all over the place. Unraveling by 1 for a tailor. Apparently unraveling hasn't been implemented yet. And then we get to the actual bag. A dusk weave bag, a 38 slot bag. What do we have now? 36? Embroidered deep sea bags. Oh, okay. I think we're getting 2 extra slots, aren't we? These are all reagent bags. No, these are regular bags. These are just regular bags. 38 slot regular bags, but they have a profession perk to them. So you're gonna want to pair up a couple of bags with whatever professions you have. Cooldown of overload herbing is reduced by 1%. Cooldown of sharpen your knife is reduced by 3%. Kazangar skinning. I wonder what the sharpen your knife thing is then. I wonder if that's going to be something that gives you... Oh, sharpen your knife is probably the overload equivalent, isn't it? Yeah. I smell gold. The big question is going to be is how do you get the recipes and when do you get them? If you can get these relatively quickly, you'll sell shitloads of these. Anybody that is leveling their professions in the first week will undoubtedly want to buy one of these. Having an alt army of tailors to spam the daily cloth crafts will be very lucrative early on. Quite possibly, if bags end up being big business for tailors, depending on what they end up needing material-wise. That's not gold you smell. We always have a bad smell in chat. It's true. Then we have the reagent bag. 40 slot reagent bag, so a little bit bigger. From dusk until dusk. From dawn until dusk, 10. Oh, so that's unlocked via the spec trees. Weaver cloth reagent bag, a cheap easy one. Craft a few of these whilst leveling, no doubt. Basic bitch 34 slot bag. Also learn via leveling the profession. And then cloth PvP gear under the same concept as before. Acquiring these heraldry businesses to craft them, which will inevitably mean that they are work order bait. Same. Okay. Okay. I heavily believe that the professions are still in very early stages. There's a lot of stuff that is just kind of like, 1, not implemented yet, 2, clearly broken, even if it has been implemented, and most definitely 100% things like materials and reagents needed to craft stuff, definitely not implemented with most of it yet. But conceptually, most of the professions look alright. from the top then.
I have just the thing.
Alchemy looks pretty interesting on this thermology thing, or whatever it's called. Alchemy looks like it could be quite cool as you were going to play the mini game in a way of getting to craft your blasphemite every day. That could end up being something that players do on alts to make as many of these blasphemites as possible, because every single gem that is crafted is going to need one. So you imagine every gem needed, if every gem needs a Dracothist, right? That's the kind of the world that we're sat in right now. It does mean that gems better be damn good. Actually, I've also just thought, if these blasphemite businesses are too expensive as well, we're in the same, we got the same problem on our hands again as we did, that gems will be predominantly valued on the blasphemite cost, not the gems that they take.
Ancestors watch over you. May the eternal sun shine upon me.
Oh no, because gems don't take blasphemite, sorry. It's only the big dick ones that do. It's only the main three, like your meta gem ones, like your diamonds, that take blasphemites. Okay, that's that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that said though, blasphemites, the only real... These are going to go into endgame gear, I suspect. They basically replace Dracothists, don't they? The method of getting them would be quite a fun little mini game for alchemists. Blacksmithing have this interesting cool down system that will give them bonus crafting stats for 30 minutes when they use it. Cooking has prospecting built into it, which will keep the numbers a little bit loopy. Prospecting built into cooking in terms of you take meat and you break it down into fillets or steaks, and then you cook with those fillets and steaks, meaning your mileage may vary based upon if different materials have different breakdown ratios. If they all have the exact same ratio, you just buy the cheapest meat, and the cheapest meat will dictate the price of everything else. Sort of hoovering up the trash from the bottom. Although that weirdly has the problem that then the easiest to farm thing dictates the price of everything else as well, and the ass falls out of it just quick. So we'll see how that works out. Enchanting. What did Enchanting have that was of any interest? Enchanting didn't really have much at all, did it? Enchanting was same old, same old. Enchanting was make crests. Use slight different variations to the weapon enchants. That was about it. But nothing particularly magical with Enchanting. Engineering's obviously got the new mount, but we have no idea what the materials are going to be to make the new mount. They've also got these weird potion bombs. Those potion bombs could be fun. Fishing, there's lots of fish. We didn't actually look at fishing, nor did we look at herbalism. Inscription feels like it basically doesn't exist yet. The only interesting thing about Inscription is how they're dealing with Dark Moon cards, making Dark Moon cards be... You can extract the power from a Dark Moon card and convert it into an embellishment that you can then apply wherever you can apply an embellishment. So even if you don't want to use a Dark Moon trinket, you can use a Dark Moon power somewhere else. Jewelcrafting, we need to do some magic with prospecting to find out really how that works, but it's nice that Jewelcrafters are going to care about gems again. Leatherworking, tailoring, and in turn blacksmithing, their PvP gear is all moved onto work orders, which could be seen as a good thing. It could be seen as a bad thing, depending on how much gold you were able to make. Crafting and selling PvP gear on the auction house might determine how you feel about all the PvP gear going on the work order system as well. We can't say too much about tailoring because also, much like Inscription, it doesn't look like it's been mostly implemented yet. Kind of want Dark Moon trinkets to be somewhat relevant. They've been certified as useless in Dragonflight. Well, this might be the reason. This might be the way that they make them useful, by making it so that even if there's really good trinkets out there, Dark Moon trinkets, you know, they take a trinket slot, which to some people is a problem because better trinkets. You can take the power and use it as your embellishment somewhere else. It might still qualify as something you care about. But your mileage might vary.
Ancestors watch over you.
Yeah, it lets you buy all of the recipes here right now.
Yeah, what do you want?
Artisan Security is basically Artisan Metal 2.0. Vein tinderboxes and vial of Kaheti oils, I suspect, are bought from faction-specific vendors. Probably will either have heavy discounts based on your reputation with them, or might be locked behind having a certain renown with a faction before you can even buy them. These scream vendor mats. Prismatic nullstone, what the hell's that? Oh, that's an optional crafting reagent. Who made that? I didn't see much that used these nullstones, you know. Wait, what? Delete me 37. Improve your Dragon Isles bandages can only be used in the Dragon Isles. What? Useful for any confident explorer? Delete me 38. Reduce your fall speed for 10 seconds. Can only be used in the Dragon Isles. Are these things that even exist? What the hell? Sure. Maybe these are very specifically needed items for some sort of crafting or something. Testing. Yeah, this crystal forged cauldron, look. I knew this thing was on vendors for stupid money. Cauldron crafting's going to get expensive, boys and girls. If you're the one in your guild that is responsible for bringing the cauldron to raid, be prepared. They ain't cheap no more. Not that they were particularly cheap in the first place, but holy shit. 60k? This isn't a refundable price either. This is just 60k. Boom. Reusable? No. No. 60k. Boom. It creates a pretty strong floor price for the flasks and potions. You look at
Looking for something
Alchemy.
special? We shall meet again.
Ah, I keep pressing P for professions and it's got its own button now. Yeah, Algari Flask Cauldron. Place the cauldron that allows party and raid members to take flasks of their choosing from amongst the recipes known by the specialised alchemists in the warband of the individual who placed the cauldron. So your main character doesn't need to be the alchemist. You can make it on an alchemy alt, and you can still place it in your raid, and it will still show the recipes that you know. But that doesn't get away from the fact that one of these is 60,000 gold. 40 charges. Yeah. Yeah. 60k vendor mat. Woo! Or you take into consideration the value of anything else that's attached to it. Do you think they will lower that cost with rep? It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Obviously, there's no real strong indication that the price that you see on this NPC is the price that it ends up planning on being. But, I mean, there's a second one that they've probably made deliberately for the purpose of testing here, right? That's only 10 gold. But you can apparently you can find this on vendors out and about in the new zones, and it's 60k. This is one that just because you don't have 60k gold on the test realms, they've clearly made a copy of it for only 10 gold so people can test crafting them, but expect it to be expensive. Skyrocket the price of raiding. I mean, not really. I'm gonna be honest. If you're mythic raiding, 60k to get everybody up, it don't mean nothing. I just thought it was worth pointing out that it's a 60k vendor item. It isn't refundable, isn't reusable. A consumable. 60k vendor consumable. Okay, yeah, this is good. Twinned herbs, crunchy peppers, Corway dust, surface olives, Kazongar tomatoes, granulated spices, clumped flour. This is stuff that's going to go into basic cooking. Is priced as such, it's likely to be vendor items, which is good. A moss wool thread. Spun from the wool of the Isle of Dawn sheep. This thread is both durable and versatile. Okay, expect some use for that when tailoring gets an update.
If you ever need anything.
Aha! Superb beast fang. A mighty fang obtained from a particularly powerful, elusive creature on Kazongar by skinners can be bought and sold on the auction house. Oh, there we go. There's our new Cobra skin then. Question is what does it end up being used for? What does it end up being used for? Doesn't look like it's been implemented yet, but they're clearly planning for some in. The copy-paste patrol. There's a chest of playtest equipment on your bags. Gives you 10k gold each time you open it. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't need to just now. Oh. Okay. Checking all of the materials. These null stones things. I didn't see them used in as many things as I expected. Not sure what to think of this beta, to be honest. The fact you can't access the new zones is kind of a bummer. Not on this server, on these realms, on level 80s. No, one server is. There's 2 servers that I believe are set up for leveling and testing. This server is set up for max level 80s and professions and stuff.
Be careful.
All the herbs. Oh, there's a null lotus as well. Rare herb that emanates a feeling of nothingness, sometimes gathered by players with a herbalism skill. I don't think I saw anything that used a null lotus. But it's interesting that it's a thing. So the null stone is clearly the mining one, the null lotus the herbalism one. Rathas spears were interestingly not millable. Almost deliberately not millable, but you can mill the other ones, which could have an interesting effect on their price. This dilution solution can be purchased from alchemy suppliers throughout the Kazangar. Okay, so that is just a vendor map. This is what you need to do your discovery on alchemy. That the 11 one that is the max level, right? It goes to 11. Yeah, it's a weird name for a server. But that's the max level server where there's all the crafting profession vendors and stuff on it. Null Lotus is for flasks, according to Wowhead. Yeah, you're right, yeah. One for each. I'm not paying really that much attention to the reagents when I'm going through this though, because I know they're barely implemented in most cases.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Speak quickly.
Chippy tea. The Dire Beast calls upon spiders more often. Why? Because everybody is afraid of spiders. Is that a new glyph? Are we getting new glyphs? Yeah, that's a good point. Inscription didn't have any glyphs or anything, so maybe scribes are responsible for making these. Another thing that's not implemented yet. No arachnophobia is allowed. Flipping spiders, man.
Trust no one.
Got anything for me? Don't die out there.
Alright, okay. I think that, for me, is a good little initial overview of what's going on with professions. It still feels super early for this stuff. I think my approach to this is probably right. Get my feet on the ground, understand what the materials are, what materials are we going to care about, try and figure out what are the new herbs, what the new ore. It seems to be pretty established now that like there's no real replacement for like awakened or rousing stuff, which I think is good because it had a weird effect on crafting in Dragonflight that almost entire professions didn't care about any, like Jewelcrafting for example, you didn't care about the cost of the gems. Getting the gem was just something you had to do. You entirely 100% cared about the cost of the Awakened Order. You get your Awakened Order nice and cheap, you make profit on gems, great. If you have to pay over the odds for your Awakened Order, well, bang goes your profit. The gem had nothing to do with it. Being a skilled jewel crafter didn't matter. That was a problem across many professions. That the rousings and the awakened are actually the difference between profit and no profit. Your profession skill didn't matter, which just felt weird. So I'm glad they've kind of got rid of that. There's a few interesting things of highlight, but I think that's a good starting point. They seem to have taken Dragonflight, copy-pasted it pretty well, and are adding a little bit of flavour to it, which is cool. I'm going to leave it there for now, boys and girls. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we might actually, instead of standing around looking at the professions too much, we might go and sort of have a little bit of a look at the world a little bit. If we can go maybe test out some questing, some leveling, see what the case is with that. The reason I'm not so fussed about doing that today is mostly because, as many of you have reported, it's buggy and glitchy and broken as all hell. Disconnects left, right and centre. Beta's always like this. Playing on the beta, testing stuff on the beta is never particularly, well, you know, it's a test phase for a reason, right? We will definitely get back into doing some remix stuff as well. I'll probably try and keep a little bit of balance of both. I'm going to have probably a lot of work off stream. I want to put together some videos for each of the professions and stuff as well. So that will probably take a lot of my mental capacity off stream to do those. Meaning on the stream, we might sort of 50-50 it a little bit of beta. And then we'll go, you know, smash some Panda Remix for an hour or two as well. So we'll probably keep to that sort of similar schedule. But thank you all for joining today. If you're new around here, please remember to hit that follow button, whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you're off to play some beta, have fun. Remember it's buggy, remember it's broken, but remember to report your issues when you find them. Come say hi on the Discord. You can come and discuss this. I logged on to Discord this morning and found 500 new messages in there. So people are starting to jump in the Discord and chat amongst themselves about the beta a lot more as well. So come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. Have yourself a wonderful day. We will find somebody to pass you over to. Whilst I... it's going to be Mr. GM, isn't it? Is there going to be anybody else on who's playing beta stuff? I need to follow more people on Twitch, you know. That would be the solution here, wouldn't it? Follow more people on Twitch. Go see what Dan's doing. Go see what Dan's doing. He's probably doing some beta stuff, and he's doing some leveling from 70 to 80 in Kazongar. He's worthwhile going and saying hi to. Let's throw you over that way. Team YouTube, I can't obviously send you anywhere, you do as you please, but thank you very much for joining. Right, let's send you over. Have a good one, boys and girls. Thank you once again. Peace.